Yeah, I know I'm off screen, but I am here. I just remembered to do a thing that involved me being off screen. Right. Now I'm going to be on screen. Making a video. Oops. I did that. Okay. Hi, Megaleech, by the way. Right. Dr. Abigail. Hello. One of my better angles, thank you. Right, I wanted the bottle of Angostura bitters. All right. So I'm just shooting the talky bit for a short, making a Trinidad sour that has a ridiculous amount of Angostura bitters in it. That'll do. All right, get that out of my system. Turn everything on. G'day, cocktail lovers. Do you like Angostura bitters? People say bitters are to a bartender as spices are to a chef. They heighten things, but they're not the main event. But have you ever wanted to have just a big bowl of seasoning for dinner? How about a drink that's primarily Angostura bitters? Let's make a Trinidad sour. First in our shaker, we put 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of Angostura bitters. Then we add 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of rye whiskey, a full ounce or 30 mils of orgeat, and finally 3/4 ounce of lemon juice. We add ice to the shaker, shake that good and hard for We add ice to our shaker, shake that good and hard for 10 or 15 seconds, strain it into a chilled coupe. And there we have the Trinidad sour with its incredible brick red colour. But is it drinkable? Surprisingly, for something that's got 20 times the normal amount of bitters you'd normally put in a cocktail, this is pretty good. I mean, an acquired taste to be sure, but maybe you'll like it. Give it a go, the Trinidad sour. It's not as bitter as Campari, I'll tell you that much. Heine, I never appreciate vodka. But why do you bring it up? I don't think I mentioned vodka. All right, I'm not going to make any more videos tonight, so I'm going to put some stuff behind. Right. I just want to chill out, so put this out of the way over here. And put this out of the way. Just here. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get big ice, which actually might tame the Trinidad sour. Oh, the Discord. Yeah, vodka, as much as I was putting that stuff on Discord for a laugh, vodka is a shithouse cocktail ingredient. It's nothing. Also, that was ChatGPT dissing vodka. Not me specifically, although it did make me laugh. And I am definitely using that as a video script because I think it's hilarious. Tell ChatGPT to be sarcastic, and it's sarcastic, which tickles my fancy, quite honestly. A sarcastic chatbot. Just draining some stuff. Okay. And now, that. Chill out. Heine, alcohol plus something water. Yeah, water, essentially. It's just... Look, vodka's about getting... Look, in cocktails, in mixed drinks, vodka's about getting pissed and nothing else. If you've found a vodka that you just like to drink, that's actually a different thing. But I will not be swayed on vodka's a shitty cocktail ingredient. It's just for getting drunk. And why not do it with character, I say? Yeah, well, Dr. Abigail, I think I can do that script in 60 seconds, so I can make it a short. And I was going to be very subtle. I was not going to say, this script was written by ChatGPT. I was either going to put it in the description of the video or a little subtitle is a good idea. A caption. Hi, Strictly Sega, by the way. It also, I started really playing with ChatGPT. I asked it to do a comedy routine where the comedian is telling the story about how he ended a date because his date ordered a vodka drink, and that's a terrible drink to order. And it wrote a routine. It's not particularly funny, but I was impressed. It was the structure of a comedy routine. I said, not particularly funny, but I was impressed with the structure of it. And then I asked it to do one. Like, I had been doing these videos where I played multiple characters and being like a sportscaster calling the making of a cocktail as if it's a sporting match. And so I gave ChatGPT the prompt, have a sportscaster calling a challenge between vodka and all the other spirits as if it was a football match. And the script's actually good. I think I'm going to use 90% of it. Oh, Jesus, you are getting into the... I should get rid of this banner. I'm not doing that anymore. Strictly Sega, you are getting into definitely the trash films. Lust in the Dust may have been Divine's last film. I'm not 100% sure. Divine got famous being in John Waters movies. And I think that may have been Divine's last film, Lust in the Dust. Yeah, Diet John Waters, yes. Oh, Megalith sharing the cocktails again. I always like seeing that, actually. I should bring up the Discord. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I like the framing of this one to prove that it's happening now. Let me see. It says Megaleech's drink concoction, 40 spotted mandarin jasmine gin, pear syrup. Cappy grapefruit soda, stevia pear garnish. Nice. Live stream, watch and drink. Back. Stop sharing. So Dr. Abigail used ChatGPT to help with Pathfinder. Neat. What does it do? Does it is it giving like character descriptions or location descriptions? I am very intrigued. I think could be very useful for a role-playing game. Its ability to do tone and like different voices is impressive, and of course just blows my mind in what it'll be doing in a couple of years. Interesting. Angostura bitters is a bit sweeter than Campari. It's not quite as bitter. Oh, that's interesting. Pear syrup is too mild to pick out over the grapefruit. Okay. And hey, Greg, how are you this evening? How's that color, eh? That's when most of your drink is Angostura bitters. That's what color it is. I think I'm going to have something much sweeter after this, actually, just to rescue my palate. It's not awful bitterness, as I said. I keep referring to Campari because I just can't stand Campari. It's too bitter. But yeah, there is a lingering bitterness in my mouth, which I want to expunge. Actually, I should have something salty between, like, have a chip between drinks, something salty to cleanse my palate. So you're asking ChatGPT for help with NPC backgrounds, interpersonal relationships between NPCs, devious traps or ideas for scenarios. That sounds like an excellent use of ChatGPT, actually, just for prompts and even just generate an equipment list for a third level ranger. Neat. It's interesting you bring that up. I feel like an inevitable permutation of these chatbots would be as a DM. Like, I don't think they're very far off the chatbot having an understanding of role-playing games and not even having to type stuff in it, just being able to use voice and doing like voice to text on the screen and just have it say, do the setting, like, you arrive, blah, 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 blah. What do you do? And the individual players say, I do this, and then it responds with what happened. The prequels. I thought it was I didn't watch that video you were talking about, Dr. Abigail. I thought it was interesting that you phrased it, if crappy YouTube reviews of the prequels influenced me. No, they didn't. I have never watched a single YouTube review of the prequels. In fact, not of any movie. I have zero interest in the sort of people who do that sort of thing. My opinions were formed wholly and solely from fucking watching the things. Yeah, and Midjourney would be great for visuals. The two work very well together. The ChatGPT giving you text responses and the image generators giving you visual cues. This guy, lots of people on YouTube. Lots of the YouTube bartenders have been using ChatGPT or to come up with cocktail recipes. One of the guys, actually probably the biggest YouTube bartender channel, How to Drink, Greg, did one where he interspersed between the two. He got ChatGPT to write a cocktail recipe, and then he used Midjourney to visualize a cocktail. He gave a description of a cocktail and like without the ingredients, and Midjourney created an image, and then he looked at the image and decided what type of drink it was from that image, and tried to put something together. Interesting sort of creative ways to use them. I do feel for artists and people involved in writing as their job, feeling concerned about their future. I do think this is a case of you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So I did read a good little mini essay from Cory Doctorow today, where he just said a knee-jerk from a lot of creatives is wanting copyright protections, and he just highlighted how copyright actually does very little to protect creators, and it's been subverted by huge media companies who fuck over creators. Like copyright has expanded horribly over the last 3-4 decades, and creators have earned less and less. So copyright's not the answer. But also, big friggin' tech companies are absolutely untrustworthy friggin' bastards. I say this as someone who's worked in tech for 30 years. Yes, ice cream time. That's a limited edition vanilla caramel choc chip. No, you still want the 4 flavors ice cream. Okay. They're cool. A decision has been made on what dessert to have this evening. Yes, I also think someone talking about a movie for that long needs to pull their head out of their ass and learn how to make their goddamn point. But that's just me. I do occasionally watch quite long videos, but I am definitely, I can just say extremely confidently, I'm never watching those videos. But again, that's down to, I'm sure I spend time watching videos that other people go like, what the fuck did you watch that? That's like, you know, I watch 20, 30, 40 minutes, sometimes 1 hour videos, usually about politics. And I thoroughly understand if someone goes, oh my God, why did you do that to yourself? I don't know what that means, strictly Sega. Star Wars Blinket reviews. Okay, thank you for asking, High Speed Drifter, because I'm now going to tell you about the St Scholastica Day riot, because I think it's fucking hilarious. I found out about it because of a site that had Cocktail of the Day, and they had a cocktail that was dedicated to St Scholastica. It's because the main ingredient was made by monks of the order that St Scholastica is associated with. But then I found out about the St Scholastica Day riot, which happened on this day, 10th February, but in 1355. So what's that? Almost 700 years, like 650 years ago. Okay, so it started. 2 students from the University of Oxford complained about the quality of wine served to them in a tavern. And so it turned into a fight, turned into a punch-up, and then everyone who was in the inn just decided to join in, and they took 2 sides. So it started with a pub fight, and it just escalated into a riot, which went over 3 days, involved armed gangs coming in from the countryside to assist the townspeople, and somewhere around 100 people were killed in this. And anyone who's been to uni or lived in a town where there's a uni knows the whole students versus townie tension. And I just find it hilarious that this shit goes back 700 years. And because I'm just imagining how fucking obnoxious these students were, telling the innkeeper his wine's shit and getting all uppity about it. And then the innkeeper just going, I've fucking had it with you lot. Punches get thrown. Everyone's into it. The townspeople say, hey, someone's kicking the shit out of the university people. And they go, finally, I'm fucking sick of it. But the topper for me is it went on for so long. People in the neighboring towns found out the people in the university town were having a punch on with the students. And they just went, yeah, fucking those students. Let's teach them a lesson. And there was a massive fucking punch on that killed about 100 people, about 2/3 of which were from the university, and about 1/3 were townspeople. And maybe that's my sense of humor, but also my experience with being in a country town that had a college in it and the tension between the uni and the townies. I just find that fucking hilarious that a fight that started with 2 obnoxious students insulting an innkeeper turned into a 3-day riot that attracted people from the countryside to join in and killed 100 people. Fucking wild. Did Dr. Abigail, with me saying I'm not going to watch those videos, that's obviously just me. There's obviously an audience for them. It's just not me. It's talking about how long it takes to say things. I'm glad you brought up Entish. I think that's. I think the people making the videos might be Ents, that they take that long to say, this is why the movies are better than you think they are. And you know what? Because I was watching a bunch of videos today on YouTube, and a couple long-ish ones, but I got really frustrated. Like I could, from a couple of the titles, and they were things about, movies or songs, why this is not what you think. And I looked at the title and what they're talking about, and it was a 20, 30, 40-minute video. I saw a few of these, basically. And I just looked at the title of the video and went, that only requires a 1-sentence response. Everything else is waffle and wank and time filler. They're like posing like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And that requires 1 sentence to answer it, for fuck's sake. I saw that a few times when weirdo right-wingers were attacking my political videos on YouTube. Someone would go, oh, someone's done a video having a go at you. Have you watched it? And I go, what's this? And I look, and there's a 20-minute video talking about a 5-minute video I did. And I was like, my video is only 5 minutes long. How can you spend 20 minutes blathering about what an awful social justice warrior I am? And so I basically never watched any of those multitude of videos from right-wing fuckheads having a go at me, because I just thought, oh my God, life's too short. I'm just not interested. High-speed drifter, 1:23 a.m. in Los Angeles, 8:23 p.m. here on the Saturday night. And yeah, and here's the thing, and you're making a good point, just saying get to the point is reductive, but there are absolutely people that need to just get to the fucking point. Okay, so Plinkett is the character red letter media used to review Star Wars movies for 6 hours. Terms those vids gave them leg up they needed to do vids with celebs. Yeah, it's amazing. Oh, sorry, did I say Saturday? It's Friday here. What the fuck am I talking about? Please ignore me. Why did I think it was Saturday? Jesus. I've only had like a couple of mouthfuls of the alcohol. I can't even use that as an excuse. Ooh, I did get stupid religious tracts. I do appreciate being signed up for these because it costs these fuckwits money. This one comes from South Australia. Some of the shit got sent from America. This one comes from America. Neat. Someone has paid postage from America for this shit that I'm just going to throw out. But I probably should look at it. There might be something fun in here. There's like usually not, but there might be something fun in here. So let's have a quick look. The best a man can do. Will we heed warnings? Will the US suffer the fate of Rome? All empires collapse. High Speed Drifter. I get what you're saying there. That is not absolutely true. I feel very confident no right-wing blathering fuckhead is going to change my point of view. But people who are a bit more to the center might hear something, whether it's me or someone else saying it, that helps them to think of things in a different way. So, Strictly Sega, that's super devious, and I love it. Put some weights in it and return to sender. That's a good idea. Anyway, tomorrow's world. Fucking weirdos. Is there any fun thing? Repeating Rome's mistakes. When America falls, as it surely will, unless it changes direction soon, another power will fill the vacuum. May not be so benevolent. I believe there are some hundreds of millions of people around the world who would take exception to describing the US as purely benevolent. High Speed Drifter, that was my whole thing on YouTube. I kind of got sick of doing it. I just do chill things now. Oh, Canada, the hope of a new world. Surely evangelicals think they're all demons in Canada. Will we heed the warnings? I won't. Modern Israelites haven't praised gods of the... Oh, wow. This is this one where anti-Semites pretend they're not anti-Semitic. They're not anti-Jewish as in the religion, because they say the people they don't like are secularists. Modern Israelites have embraced gods of their own making, such as secularism, evolution, materialism, and atheism. That's how the anti-Semites say, oh, no, I'm not anti-Semitic because the people that I'm angry at aren't real Jews. Questions and answers. What is the teaching of an antichrist, and should we be watching for it now? That's a fun question. What is an antichrist? Which is found only in Book of John. The last day I've heard the Antichrist is coming. Even now many Antichrists have come. Ugh. The best a man can do. Jesus, this is fucking weird. There it was, right behind me. Be mindful of your mind. Ooh, good saying. Sorry, I have to do this quote as well. The Bible is the greatest and most important history book ever written. There you go. High Speed Drifter. Yes, Judaism is a religion. As I'm saying, you get all these anti-Semites who say, and this is a right-wing point of view. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm anti these secularists who have Jewish names. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, good on you. It is true, strictly saying, is people who have lived in a bubble and think they can just hate, with gay people or whatever, and then there's someone in their family, and it's suddenly real, and they understand the abstract hate they were spreading. High speed drifter. You want to have a right wing versus left wing tag team match? Call it like WWE. Oh, and here he is with the chair. All right. What's this? Oh. I thought that was a weird image. We shall beat our swords into plowshares. The real truth. Okay, you might have thought you knew the truth, but this is the real truth. Dr. Abigail, what about the popular front? All right. Have you committed the unforgivable sin? Probably, in all honesty, probably. The missing ingredient for good health is the Bible. Weathering the misinformation age. Gosh. Developing your media literacy would help you better understand what is occurring in the world today. Ooh, careful what you wish for, dude. 8 billion and counting. Can Earth sustain the population boom? That is not our main problem. Very wary of people who talk about population being the problem. It's usually very thinly veiled racism. Ooh, whole bunch of really spectacular photos of disasters around the world. That gets you thinking. Economic disparity. What, are these guys lefties or something? What's all that about? Human mind versus animal brain. Why so different? That didn't even have any of the religious albums with the fun names. Yes, I'd heard that. They were splitters. Oh, dear. It's really funny to go back. You can get videos on YouTube of the Pythons doing TV interviews around the time of the release of The Life of Brian. There was a very strong mainstream lobby to have the movie banned. It's terrible and sacrilegious. And you get the Pythons going on these chat shows with people who are very intellectually dishonest and just saying the film is not mocking Christ because that wouldn't be funny. The film is mocking religious zealots. And I can see, why the head of the Church of England doesn't like that. Oh, God. And sorry, that just reminded me. I saw the thing this week. John Cleese bringing back Faulty Towers. Ugh, he's sad, desperate for attention, old man. I just have a very strong feeling that's going to be cringy as fuck because, I don't know, John Cleese has been just embarrassing himself publicly for a couple of years now. Ugh. It's just like, it's so weird that he doesn't get he's the boring old fart. Or maybe he does. Maybe he knows he's the boring old fart and he just doesn't care. But yeah, I am filled with cringe at the thought of fucking Faulty Towers being resurrected. Oofed. Good question. High Speed Drifter, original Python, still alive. Michael Palin, John Cleese, Terry Gilliam. Did Eric Idle die? Monty Python. Alive. Who's still alive? Oh, that's right. Terry Jones died. I knew one of them had died. And Gray and Chapman died ages ago. So still alive, Terry Gilliam, Michael Palin, Eric Idle. I just wasn't sure if Eric Idle was alive. And John Cleese. So there you go. Are you talking about Terry Gilliam's not dead? Terry Jones died. Faulty Towers. Prunella Scales was Mrs. Faulty. Is she still alive? She's still alive. Mrs. Faulty's still alive. Oh God, The Ruttles. That is a weird movie. That is a very weird movie. For anyone who's never heard of it, it is a very weird sort of Beatlemania spoof. That how many of the Pythons in it? Is it Eric Idle? Is it just Eric Idle? It's a very weird movie, though. Oh, that ought to be interesting, Justin. Going to Sydney, meet your dad's new girlfriend. I hope that works out well. Oh, High Speed Drifter. That you know what? In all seriousness, nothing would make me happier than if they remade Faulty Towers and it was actually good. I would really like that. I just think the chances of that are fucking minuscule. I think it's almost certain to just be a fucking disaster. Oh, you said Ruttles too. I had no idea there were two Ruttles movies. There you go. I've never actually watched it. I've seen bits of it. No, it's a weird thing. So yeah, I mean, of the long list of things I won't hold my breath for is a remake of Faulty Towers being good. Big question. High Speed Drifter. Did Spinal Tap come out before the Ruttles? Let's check it out. Ruttles. So 75, he first brought them up. That does predate Spinal Tap, I think, by a bit. Oh God, this is Spinal Tap. Wow, that was 84. Okay, yeah. So Spinal Tap came out long after the Ruttles. Long after the Ruttles. See, it was all so long ago. Trying to place stuff in the 80s and 70s is difficult. So Ruttles is 70s and Spinal Tap is 80s. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The Ruttles would have had an influence on Spinal Tap. This is Spinal Tap. I suppose there's strictly saying, I suppose there's a fine line between a mockumentary and a parody. But Yes, directly copying another movie. And yes, Spinal Tap was its own thing. Actually, now that also made me think, when did Bad News come out? Bad News comic strip. Okay, 87. No, wait. Fictional band. Comic strip presents. Wait, was it 83? Okay, so Bad News, which is the comic strip present, so you recognize people from the young ones in it, that actually came out before Spinal Tap. That's really interesting. Because, like, very similar, but Spinal Tap are a successful band that have been around for a long time, and Bad News are an up and coming band that are probably never going to be big because they're not very good. But there you go. In Bad News came out before Spinal Tap, and yes, exploding drummers. That's a common problem with heavy metal bands. Oh god, fucking cicadas are going for it again. Ugh. They're very distracting to me. Like, you probably can't hear them or can probably barely hear them. All right. Something sweeter. My clarified cocktail. It's party night. I was just saying, I might have that soda later. I'm just gonna chill it. Probably still some residual Angostura bitters flavour in the glass, which I'm doing deliberately. All right. Man, that's a wild flavour. It's good, but it's an intense flavour for a clarified drink. But it was a good exploration. We'll do it again. Everything here can kill me. What's the most dangerous thing here? Possums. There are birds here that sometimes swoop you, but they're not actually that dangerous, but they can scare you. I'm too close to see. Look, there is an outside chance I could stumble across a dangerous snake in my garden. Very unlikely. It's far more likely if you go way out into the suburbs, closer to bushland. But it's not impossible that I could stumble across a dangerous snake in my garden. And spiders, I guess. There's a very small risk. No one's died from a spider bite in ages, but it'll make you fucking sick if one of the nasty ones bites you. Yes, heart disease is probably much higher on my list of risks. Not probably, definitely. Well, I think it's the people that are less dangerous in Australia, strictly Sega. High-speed drifter. You have to be way up in the tropical north to get Crocs. Real fucking issue up there, though. I tell you what, having holidayed up there, that's a real thing. The Crocs don't really want to come into populated areas, but fishermen have an issue with it. Oh, yes. A film made by the same people, Greg, A Mighty Wind. It's the same many of the same people from Spinal Tap, but it's about a folk band. They have one about dog breeders called Best in Show, which is very funny. Dr. Abigail painting. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, where are we? Remembering how to post a link. Oh, that was the other one. Sorry, Strictly Sega. I was trying to remember what their other film was. Amateur theatre film. Waiting for Guffman. That's great. That is a great film. But yes, all the films those people made are very good. And of course, if you ever missed it, there's a really good sitcom, went for 4 or 5 seasons, called Schitt's Creek, that has 2 of the featured people from those movies, Catherine O'Hara and Eugene Levy. Really good. It's weirdly heartwarming because it starts off, it's like, the worst sort of rich people you can imagine lose all their money, and for complicated reasons, they end up in this tiny little town called Schitt's Creek, living in a hotel. And you watch the first couple of episodes, you would not believe you would ever like those characters, but it's incredibly well done. It's really well done. Great show. Oh God, look at all these people joining. Dr. Abigail's blank, but Johnny.
Hello.
Yeah, I didn't turn on my camera because I'm a dork.
That's okay.
So there we go.
You've gone from orange to black. Orange is the new black. There we go. So, Johnny,
Okay.
how's your world going? Because you were having some dramas.
Oh yeah, no, I'm still on the psych ward, mate. At the moment.
We'll try and paint a positive thing, and hoping that someone's actually gonna look after you. And
That's stressful. That lights up.
That's so awesome.
That's the best sort of stress ball, really. One that lights up.
I have one that's a duck, but it doesn't light up. So I think yours trumps mine.
But a duck stress ball is also pretty good, quite honestly. I've got an orange, but I better not squeeze too hard, or it'll.
I need to show off my latest 3D print.
Ooh,
I stole the base. I stole the base from Printables, but modified it a bit. And the top bit, it's for drying paintbrushes when they're wet.
Nice.
So you want them to hang upside down so that the water doesn't seep into the bit. And this top bit is made from that flexible
the flexible stuff, so you can
filament.
Brushes.
So it's TPU. So mainly so that you can clip them in. Like the little holders are flexible.
Yeah.
So
nice. Hi, Greg,
so you can clip them in. So yeah, I made that. And I'm doing some painting today. Or tonight. Because I've done like so much today. I've fixed someone's laptop. I've exercised. I've eaten pizza. I haven't beaten up any townies. I haven't. I've done a lot. I've done some cleaning. I don't know. It's all basic stuff, but I have done a lot today.
It's
so
good.
Now I'm just cleaning, painting. Sorry, but
we're gonna say good night to High Speed Drifter, like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Good night. I have been meaning to call a company that is on the west coast of the US But in order to do so, I have to call them in our morning. Like, it has to be the morning. And I'm not a morning person. In order to reach them during their business hours, so they close at 5 p.m. Pacific time, which is midday our time.
Yes.
And midday our time is when I'm crawling out of bed. And I know how that sounds. I'm keenly aware of how that sounds. It makes me sound like I'm like a slovenly kind of like bludger. But A, I'm a night owl. I do all my shit at night. B, I have chronic fucking fatigue. Fuck you. Or C, I have chronic fucking fatigue. Fuck you. Sometimes gravity feels like it's like I'm 200%. So yeah. Also, I've had a very busy week, and I needed to sleep the fuck in.
I love you aggressively taking on the hypothetical person whose question.
I know.
Fuck that
I know.
person.
Fuck whoever that person is. I know it's none of you, but anyone watching back, they are out there. But yeah, like it's mostly me judging myself. So yeah. I need to somehow get up in the morning, and I don't want to do this, I need to be awake at like 6 in the morning or something. And the only way I can be awake at like 6 in the morning is or at 4 in the morning. I haven't even worked it out yet. Is to be awake all night.
Yes.
So maybe tonight's the night. Like at the moment, it will be. Look, what is it? It's 10 to 2
in the morning.
Friday morning, Pacific time. So that they open at 10. Their lines open at 10 a.m. So that's in 8 hours. So it's 9 o'clock now.
Yeah.
So 9, 10, 11, 12.
What does this company
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 a.m. Oh, it's Paizo. It's the publisher of Pathfinder.
Okay.
And they last year I have a subscription. I'm on the Pathfinder subscription plan, and so every 3 to 6 months they automatically send me out the latest Pathfinder sourcebook. And last year they did that twice, and the books never arrived. And I've emailed them back and forward, and like I did actually get onto them via email, and they resent them. There were 2 books, and shipping is astronomical. So the books cost a fair amount, plus shipping. And so they resent them, and they paid for shipping, but they again never arrived. And I tried emailing them again, and no one responded. So I want to frickin' call them and actually speak to a person.
Yeah, understood.
And I never use international. I've got like X amount of international credit on my phone plan that I never ever use. I'm going to use it.
Yeah.
So
put it to good use for once.
But do I want to completely wreck my sleep schedule, which I just got back on track by staying up till 5 in the morning? Or do I want to try and wake up before 12? Like I'm usually awake before 12, but it's the getting out of bed part that I find hard because of sleep inertia and chronic fatigue. It's difficult. So
What's sleep inertia? I've never heard of that.
Sleep inertia. It's when you wake up and it takes you ages to like fully become conscious. Most people deal with it with caffeine. You've all met that person who just is not human before their first cup of coffee for the day. Some people it just takes, they have to press snooze on an alarm 17 times before they can actually wake up. I am usually that person. I will wake up but not be able to open my eyes or be able to communicate effectively for a good 20 minutes. If you try and talk to me, it'll be gibberish, or I just will not be able to understand what you're saying and answer incomprehensibly, or answer the question that you didn't ask. And it's just ridiculous. Don't talk to me when I first wake up, because I don't. It's not.
I don't think I'll be around whenever you first wake up, so it should be okay.
Yeah. It's in general, like Will, my son Will, when he's tried to wake me up, and he'll have a conversation with me that'll make no sense, and I won't even remember it, and then I'll wake up and I'm like, what the fuck just happened? And it's sometimes it takes me a good half an hour just to struggle to even pick up my phone and see what time it is. And I've been awake this whole time, but it's just that getting awake. I call it sleep inertia. I don't know if there's a medical term.
A body at rest tends to stay at rest. I think that sums it up perfectly.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, yesterday I'm sick yesterday.
Yeah, you were telling me you were sick, not feeling good, but only a 24-hour thing. I thought you might have had COVID or something.
No.
Oh, it was the hurling.
Bad drink.
A bad drink. Here's the thing. Yeah, Pat mixed up his bottle of poison for his next hit with his safe drink, and he had a swig.
The pellet with the pellet with the pestle is the brew that is true.
Yeah.
The flagon with the dragon is the pellet with the poison, or some. I don't know. I always get mixed up. I should talk to my court jester about that.
Yeah.
Anyone who gets that joke is old.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. Yeah.
Sorry, Greg. You got it. I saw your face. You got it.
I think I'm not quite old enough. Possibly.
Ooh. All right.
It's some people in chat just went oof. I heard that.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't type it, I still heard their oof.
You felt it.
I felt it in the force.
Whiskey tasting from my little tasting palette I got during the week.
So I'm genuinely curious about something, Angry.
Yar.
And I want to ask you this without any hyperbole, without any getting upset or angry or anything.
All right, I'm braced.
He's not
sorry.
For it.
I'm braced. I'm ready.
Yeah. Why do you hate the prequel so much?
Okay. Mostly because the dialogue is abysmal, and I could never get over what I thought was the funniest thing. Or I'm looking at it, go, I don't think George Lucas has ever talked to a girl. He's married and has children, but somehow I still don't think he's ever talked to a girl. The dialogue is abysmal, just embarrassingly bad. And that's probably 90% of it. But it was, to me, the prequels are what happens when someone doesn't hold George Lucas in check.
Okay.
George Lucas, I think, is a brilliant filmmaker. I think he is a brilliant storyteller. He needs an editor who has manacled him to a heavy iron table that limits his ability to do things. Because if no one limits his ability to do things, he does far too much. Every one of the prequels should have been maybe 3/4 of the length that they were. It was ridiculous, badly paced, unnecessarily frivolous stuff. But yeah, and also he leaned heavily. This is a more technical thing. He leaned heavily on some special effects that weren't up to what he was trying to do. So they look extremely cartoony. Some of the computer-generated effects in it look incredibly cartoony. They don't hold up at all. But 80 to 90% of my problem with them is the dialogue. The dialogue is fucking abysmal.
Okay, so can I offer a counterpoint to that?
You certainly
and I tend to agree. The dialogue is pretty. The dialogue is pretty bad, but George Lucas, and he did this with the original trilogy as well. He's on the record saying this many times. He designed the movies to be kind of like silent movies, where the dialogue was meant to be part of the. Oh, who's echoing there? That's really distracting.
Someone's just changed something.
Yeah, that's really distracting.
Okay, I'm gonna test one by one. Let's see. Testing.
Testing.
It
Hello.
It was you. No, it's you, Johnny.
No,
You've
not.
done something different and you're causing an echo.
Hang on.
How's that?
Yeah. No, it's
that's much better.
Johnny changed something. He needs to work out what it was.
So he designed the dialogue to be sort of part of the soundtrack. And it's not to say the dialogue isn't bad, because it kind of is. But he wanted people to be able to get the emotion of the moment without the dialogue, just from watching the scene. And you kind of can, in hindsight, knowing that. Did he succeed?
No.
That's up to debate. In the prequels, especially in Attack of the Clones, I think he failed.
Yes. Counterpoint to that idea.
Yeah.
They aren't fucking silent movies.
Well, of course they're not, but he's an auteur at heart. He's never made a movie to be a Hollywood blockbuster. And he's never intentionally done that. And including Star Wars. He's always made movies for himself. Every single time.
Is this better?
Yes. This seems to be better. I think you're good now. He so all the way back to American Graffiti and then Star Wars, like all his movies, he's always wanted to make movies for himself, and he's never ever wanted to make Hollywood blockbusters, or never wanted to get studios involved, or had any kind of directorial shackles or anything like that. He just wasn't interested. So, and therein lies the problem, because auteurs, true auteurs, are their own worst enemies.
Well, let's talk about Orson Welles.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about
movies,
fucking what's his name with the big explosions?
Avatar guy.
Oh God, who did the Transformers movies? Fucking Bad Boys, Michael Bay. fucking Michael Bay. Like, he answers to no one, and he makes Michael Bay movies. Love him or hate him, they are what they are, and he refuses to do anything else. Like, that's what he loves, you know, and that's what George Lucas does. And so, the dialogue is what it is because he didn't pay the attention it deserved. And people walk into a movie differently than what he expected, and people expect to be told people expect characters to tell you how they're feeling more than anything nowadays. If you watch it without the dialogue, watch it in another language. Watch the prequels in a different language.
Japanese.
You know all the words anyway, right? Watch it in French. You'll get much more out of it. Like, I'm serious. Watch it in French. You already know the words, and you'll get more out of it.
I haven't watched them that many times.
It's basically the same movie. I watch the prequels a lot. I'm a fan of the prequels. I watch them at least once a year. I have a deep appreciation of the vision and the storytelling of the prequels.
If I was going to say something positive, I've said this before. I think the battles are exceptional. I think they're great. And although people rag on the Yoda Count Dooku thing, I thought that was cool. I liked it.
I loved it.
The homage to Westerns in that fight scene is amazing. Almost every shot in every Star Wars movie, including the original series, original trilogy, is an homage to Westerns or classic sci-fi.
Or Kurosawa.
It's
50% Westerns and 50% Kurosawa. It's half cowboy,
there's
samurai.
there's also homages to Orson Welles, Metropolis, like the machine, the factory underneath Geonosis is a homage to some silent movie era, bloody, like Metropolis, and
I think that's a Charlie Chaplin one.
I know the movie you're talking about. I just watched this video about that.
I was nearly going to watch that instead of watching this.
You can join in on this one, Greg.
But like, the dialogue isn't the best, but it's not as bad as you think. Like,
it's not as bad as the new ones. I have a new appreciation.
The new ones,
of the prequels.
The new ones. I think. I mean, The Force Awakens was good. What was the second one called?
Last Jedi.
The Last Jedi was deeply disrespectful, and I prefer
the one that,
that's the one where Luke throws the lightsaber away in epic disrespect to every Jedi before him.
What did every fucking Jedi do when they fucked up? They ran away and hid. Yoda did it. Kenobi did it. Luke did. People going, that's not right. Fuck you. It's what Jedi always do.
That's right.
They fuck up and then they run away and hide. The Jedi are the biggest bunch of
what I'm doing at the moment.
Yeah. And in the third movie, when Luke's Force Ghost comes along and recognizes that and tells Rey that was their biggest mistake.
Yeah. It's
It
is where I get controversial. Last Jedi is top 3 for me. Force Awakens was so much better than I thought it was going to be. I was full of trepidation, and it
Yeah.
was better than I thought it would be. What you call disrespectful, I call trying to bring something more to Star Wars. And the fact
Okay.
that they abandoned every positive thing Rian Johnson put into Last Jedi, they abandoned everything that he brought in Rise of Skywalker, is a travesty. It's a fucking joke.
In
The last
in
one.
Rises. Okay.
Yeah.
Down to sidelining Rose as a character because all the racists hated her.
Then again,
It was an abomination.
I'm not a
Everything
huge
in
fan.
Rise of Skywalker sucked.
I
I'm a huge Star Wars fan as well. I think you
The-
guys
the-
are much bigger fans than me.
I think the Rise of Skywalker is a blight on the entire Star Wars
It
franchise.
sure
I-
is.
It was truly just apocryphal, and it was the worst.
Yeah.
I think The Last Jedi was okay. I don't think my personal opinion is that it's not as good as your opinion on it, Angry, but it
And
wasn't bad.
That's a completely valid opinion to have.
Yeah, I think it had some, I really liked the way Luke went out. I thought that was really beautiful. The way he
I
fought with the way he went out with Kylo Ren, and that was just beautiful. I
agree, because he wasn't killed. He basically expended all his life energy in that projection. He basically willingly departed the physical realm to be a Force ghost, which is so he didn't get killed. And that fight scene with Kylo Ren was spectacular, exciting, and funny as
epic.
fuck.
Yes.
Like the bit where Luke just walks in and Kylo's in the walker and just has everyone rain fire down
everything.
on him.
Yeah.
It's going, more. And then it's like, I think we got him.
I think of that second movie. There are bits that work and bits that don't work. Oh, take care.
Absolutely.
I hope you're doing much better soon.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I think I'll be out soon.
Yeah, you seem pretty good, man.
Good to hear.
I feel
My
confident.
headphones.
I'm
Yeah,
better.
my headphones need to be charged, so that was
Okay,
maybe
okay.
Sure.
Well,
Take
dude,
care.
we're going to be here a
Come on,
long
guys.
time if you're still awake, so you know.
Yeah, we'll be
Yeah,
here
I
for all
might
night.
charge them and come back later.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, man. Take care.
So, of the sequel trilogy, I think the first one was I think it was the better, but I think it was really derivative. I think it was just A New Hope wrapped up.
It was.
Yeah, it was just the same movie, kind of.
And
it hit all the same beats, and
I thought it was funny. Rian Johnson virtually took the piss out of that in Last Jedi, because they're on the planet where everything's white and walkers are coming for them. And one guy just, what is that? And he just said, it's salt. He was taking the piss at that point. But also, what I loved is where he understated things. Like the walkers that came up, no one ever mentioned it. No one ever drew attention to it. But you could see the legs on the walkers were reinforced and like 4 times thicker than the ones we'd seen before. And no one ever drew attention to it. But it's just like, yeah, fly your fucking speeder and your cable around that and see what happens to you.
Yeah.
I love that. That was a beautiful bit of understated thing. But visually, it was really clear. They learned like, those stupid spindly-legged fucking things we had were dumb. These things are much sturdier. But yeah, everyone always picks on the Canto Bite thing rightly because it didn't really work. But I thought what he was trying to do there was really, really good. He was trying to bring in a thing. You know, we've just been focusing on Empire and Rebellion. That's not everyone in a country, let alone a galaxy. And the rich fuckers, the arms dealers, they're just making a packet out of the whole thing.
Yep. But
that
also,
was really good.
It also let the film focus on those kids,
which should have come back in the fact they abandoned. Like, I thought that was great. Ryan Johnson was saying, "Oh my God, could we get away from these bloodlines?
Anyone could be a Jedi."
That's creepy Nazi level eugenics we're falling into.
Yep.
The Force is not handed down genetically, and the fact that they abandoned that to the worst possible way to say Rey was Palpatine's granddaughter.
Yeah,
it's just like Jesus.
So I want to circle this around to one of those videos I posted. One of the things that he mentioned in that video, that 1.5 hour long video, was that all these reviewers keep bagging out midi-chlorians.
I'm fine with it.
I mean, it whatever, and how they bag out like Jedis as if like they got to have midi-chlorians, and like I forget the exact quote, but it's as if reviewers think that Jedi are a separate species and they have to breed, and like the Jedi like literally stole children because they were Force sensitive, and that there were no bloodlines or anything.
No,
they're just anyone could be Force sensitive. It was in like George Lucas's vision the whole time, and all of a sudden these sequels come out, and like now it's just creepy Nazi eugenics level bloodlines.
Yeah, no, that was what they did with The Rise of Skywalker was fucking creepy. And that's what I think. The way they dumped everything good that Ryan Johnson did blows my mind. Anyone can be. That's what should have happened. That instead of, I didn't mind that final thing where everyone finally came through with the big space battle, but the entire thing with the Emperor and a secret space fleet was dumb as fuck.
Yeah, it was very dumb.
It could have been a face-off where it's just like they think it's, just a bunch of Trogo civvies, and there are people there who are Force sensitives who come to get that. That would have been much better. But anyway, so Strictly Saying is heading off. I've already missed you. Goodbye.
So my final point on this is that during the final battle between Rey and Palpatine, because I went through all that misery and pain to watch that movie. Never again. I've seen it twice now, and I'll never get those hours back. One time was in a fucking theater.
Yeah, I saw it in the theater. Yeah.
Fuck me. But so she's on the ground, right? And she's been zapped of life because Dyad and the Force and Palpatine can heal himself, blah blah blah, whatever. And like she starts hearing the Jedi's voices, and she hears Anakin, and she hears Qui-Gon, and even Ahsoka Tano, and Luke, and Leia, and all that. And so she telekinises her lightsaber, and it's Leia's lightsaber and Luke's lightsaber. So first it's her lightsaber, and which one was it first? It doesn't matter. She grabs one lightsaber and stands up, and she's got it drawn, and Palps was on his throne doing the big fucking lightning, killing all these ships, which is just what the fuck. Like, don't get me started.
Yeah.
And this is whatever, you're a Jedi. I am all the Sith. And it starts hurling lightning at Rey, and he can kill all these ships, but he can't kill one Jedi, whatever.
Yeah.
And so she's holding this lightsaber out, right? One lightsaber. And she's being pushed back, and she just says, "And I'm all the Jedi," because all the Jedi are with her. And she's grabbed the second lightsaber, and she's got it as a cross, and she's just defending herself. And we've seen before that blocking Sith lightning rebounds it. We saw that in the Revenge of the Sith. Yeah. When Palpatine was attacking Mace Windu with it. Yeah. And he blocked it, and it turned his face all gnarly. Yeah. So it's basically that. That's what happened. So Windu blocked it, and it rebounded back to Palpatine and made his face all gnarly. And this was just a super powered version of that. So she was walking forward, and all she was doing was blocking and not attacking, and it was just rebounding onto him, and it fucked him up, and then he died. Yeah. And she didn't strike out in anger, she just defended herself. Yeah, well, and he died because it his energy rebounded back onto him. He killed himself with the assistance of Rey. Yeah. And
well, maybe I'll do the same noble sacrifice you did and inflict it on myself again. All I remembered was her rage face, and it was...
Well, it's more of a gritty, determined face. And it was barely that. Because she was just trying to not be pushed back. But I don't remember it being a rage face. And, like, Jedi kill sentient beings all the time.
And do fuck all to stop slavery and...
I know. And they don't turn into Sith. So... there's inconsistencies there.
It's not as full of holes as Harry Potter world, but it's full of holes.
So so I don't, strictly speaking, I don't think she should have turned into a Sith. I don't think she was attacking him, more or less, but I think she may have even known. I don't even know. She didn't have much training. Everything just came naturally to her anyway. But she had to have known what was happening. It would have killed him.
Yeah, who knows?
When she realized that everyone was going to die, she had already submitted to the fact that she has to kill him to join the Sith anyway. She'd given up. So, I don't know if she had a plan after that.
Well, basically, I'm just going to go with the people who are making Andor are making the only real Star Wars now.
And Andor is the closest thing to, what, a George Lucas TV show of Star Wars would be. Andor was amazing.
I have basically no notes for Andor. Loved it. And I know that's Andor's not universal. Brilliant. I was watching this guy I know, Steve Shives, who's a massive nerd for things like Trek and Star Wars, and he was complaining. He's one of the people who thinks nothing happened in the first 3 episodes, and I was like,
lots of stuff happened.
I was fucking enthralled. The world building in that. I was there. But again, people...
I couldn't tear my face away from the screen. It was just great.
People experience things differently. And it's funny because I agree with Steve Shives on almost everything. But I was astounded that he was just going, oh, nothing happens in Andor. It's so boring. And I was like, wait, what?
Was he watching the same show?
That's exactly what I thought. And it was wild. That was one of my best recent examples of remember, it's just opinion. Your interpretation of creative enterprises,
Yeah.
entertainment, arts is absolutely subjective. And anyone who says otherwise is a bit of a dick, because again, someone who I agree with on so much just had this reaction that was diametrically opposed to mine, and it's like, oh, okay, we are all individuals.
And
So-
and as for Red Letter Media, I don't trust a thing they say about, and never have, about Star Wars, because I've never agreed with their opinions about it. They don't know jack about filmmaking.
That's
And
one of the biggest problems I have with YouTube critics.
yeah, exactly.
What was your last mega budget film like, buddy? You know?
yeah, exactly. I mean, like, they've done, like, they're big on Star Trek. They've been huge Star Trek nerds since the beginning, and I tend to agree with most of what they say about Star Trek, but I also disagree with them on some points about Star Trek too. And one of them in particular, I'm bad with names, has seen every B grade horror movie known to man. So when he speaks about horror movies, I tend to defer to his judgment. But when it comes to reviewing, like, an artistic movie, like Star Wars, I consider an more artistic than anything else now.
Yeah.
Now that I've had, like, this opinion shift on how much of an auteur George Lucas is.
Yeah.
And especially since there's this YouTuber called Star Wars Theory. He did he's been, since childhood, Star Wars has been his life, in the same way that Star Trek and Lord of the Rings has been my life.
Yeah.
And Star Wars actually got him through some really rough times in childhood as well. Like, it's been really it's been like his safety blanket and his, like, coping mechanism and all that. And he did a watch party / commentary of the prequels.
Yeah.
And it changed it, like, as much as I liked the prequels before I watched that, when I watched his commentary tracks on all three movies, like, it just heightened my appreciation for all three of those prequel movies. To get his perspective running through those movies just made me love them even more, to get his insights into the story and the deeper meanings. And I can't recommend them highly enough. Like, if you really want to hear a differing opinion, give those a go.
Okay. Probably, and I'm just going to be really boring, saying life's too short for me to spend several hours dedicated to someone trying to make me like the prequels. But
it's your call.
Okay, there's a video that you can get on YouTube if you haven't seen it, called "How Star Wars Was Saved in the Edit."
Oh, yes, I know it well.
It's such a good video because it really highlights all the stuff that George Lucas shot that would have made Star Wars a much less good movie. And the editor, who was his then wife, went, no, that's interfering with the pacing. We'll cut that. We'll cut that.
Yep.
Because someone's saying, like, it would have been half an hour till anything happened in the movie. In George Lucas.
And some of the scenes would have made no sense, and the pacing would have been weird. And no, I've seen it. I know it.
There are so many good stories of auteur filmmakers who have then had, and it's weird how often this happens, they've had a woman edit their film. Like, they've shot hours and hours and hours, and this has got to be released somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 hours, and there's 5 hours of movie that's been shot. Their great creative vision. And the editor's just gone, yep, okay, this is necessary to the story, this isn't. And it's like, tum, tum, tum. And then the movie comes out and the director goes, yes, my vision is realized. And their editor fucking saved them. That happens so often.
Well,
It's not
there's
universal,
a reason.
but it happens a lot.
There is a very good reason why there is a saying about how movies are made by the tears shed by what is left on the cutting room floor.
Yeah, it is the hardest thing, the whole kill your darlings thing.
Yeah.
Any writer, director, editor will tell you when they have done something that is good, they have cut stuff that they loved with all their heart, and they just went, this does not serve the overall thing. In and of itself, it's a beautiful gem of perfection, and I love it. It's my favorite baby. Has to go. Just has to go.
Yep.
And people who can't do that, it shows. Bloated,
but no, I do know the video you're talking about, and I have seen it, and I agree. Well, it was his third movie out of film school. He was still learning, and it makes you wonder how he made 2 movies before it.
But I still haven't watched, because there's actually a couple versions of THX 1138. There's his student film, which you can see on YouTube, and there's the feature version.
The feature,
which was
it's basically a remade version of the student film.
Yeah, just a bit longer.
And a bit more of a budget.
Yeah, and I've never properly watched American Graffiti either.
I saw it once when I was really young, and I was too young to get it.
Yeah, but
that had Ron Howard in it.
George Lucas film.
Hey, I'm gonna use my phone, so
all right.
I'm gonna continue watching on my computer. So,
all right. Thanks, Greg. Nice to see you, man.
I'm gonna get back to painting now because
sorry, it just auto changed to this. I think that makes us look very dynamic. That's like a Marvel screen thing happening.
I'm gonna change to head cam just to annoy people.
That's okay. I mean, I can always do.
Nah, I'm not.
I can do.
Not actually doing that. That
there we go.
Annoyed me too much.
That was a bit. For some reason, the vertical things was a bit intense.
Weird.
It was a bit intense for me.
It was very intense.
Yeah. So that's okay. All right.
Okay.
But oh yeah, Greg, that's what it was. It was the TikTok view.
TikTok view.
Yeah.
Oh, my son recently convinced me to install Be Real on my phone.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that one.
Yeah.
You meant to do the au naturel photos at particular times.
Yep. Well, it gives you it tells you what time to do it. Like it gives you 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It notifies you, and you got to do it in 2 minutes. You can do it if you're asleep. You just do it late.
Yeah.
Like it's not like insistent.
Yeah. So Greg's asking what it is. Be Real is kind of the anti-Instagram because Instagram is so false for most people. Be Real is it gives you the 2 minute warning, and I think it's you post a picture with both the front facing and back facing cameras on your phone.
Yeah.
So
whatever you're doing at the time.
One's you and one's where you are. One's what you're seeing.
Yeah.
So
I'll show you some examples if you want.
Yeah,
because
sure.
I've got my phone. So it's BEREAL, and it's a pun basically. Be real.
Be real, yeah.
So this is my Be Real from today. I was literally fixing a laptop and sorting screws, and the front-facing camera was just my face with my son behind me taking his Be Real of me taking my Be Real.
Meta Be Real.
Be Realception. I have a friend who drives a tram, and that's his be real.
Oh, that's fucking cool. Sorry.
I
Just
know,
feel
right?
about that. Just yeah.
Just a tram driver. He's also a drag king performer.
Nice.
Just saying. Here is Abigail and her boyfriend at a bar. That's her be real, or his be real, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that wherever you are, here's Will's be real with me taking my
that's
be real.
that's what where he's behind you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. So this is Will's partner's be real. Just a blurry photo.
Nice.
It's like just whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
So
And you can't go viral on Be Real either.
no, I can't even see yesterday's be real.
Yeah.
Like, how do I access that? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. I just discovered it.
There you
So
go.
here's my very first be real. It's just me on the computer.
Oh, nice.
You
That's
know,
cool.
just or like me waiting for a tram on Burke Street.
Nice.
You know, just yeah, that's all it is. And so you can you connect with your friends and see what they're doing, and that's all it is.
Sorry, I'm just having the last of my whiskey samples from the little gift box I got. Dewgite whiskey from Western Australia. What the Western Australians call a brown snake that's native to Western Australia, a dewgite. But it's very clear, and it smells like honey and vanilla. It smells very approachable. Wow, that is a very light whiskey. The other ones were much more serious than that. That one's way lighter. This would be an introduce someone to whiskey, because it's very light and smells very pretty. Just all. I mean, it tastes like whiskey. It doesn't really taste like honey.
What type of whiskey?
It's a blended whiskey, actually. The other one
Okay.
is a single malt.
Yeah, but is it rye? Is it Scotch?
It would be a grain whiskey. They don't actually. I could look it up. Oh, okay, I'll look it up.
Who is breathing into a microphone?
I can't hear anything, so maybe it's Pat. I don't know.
Because I'm wearing headphones and I can hear.
Oh, Pat's got a
Heavy breath.
headset on, so it might be him. Okay, so Dewgite whiskey is made by the Great Southern Distilling Company. Oh, they do lime burners as well. That's a really expensive whiskey. Dewgite, like the deadly Western Australian snake, smooth and unassuming. It's a blended whiskey, secret recipe of single malt whiskey and mixed grain whiskey, individually barreled in new American oak casks and second filled bourbon barrels before being blended to maturation. So it's quite a blend. It's a blend of single malts and mixed grain whiskies. Some of the whiskies were in new oak barrels. Some were in barrels that had previously been used for bourbon. But it's...
Listen, hearing that description of a snake,
Yeah.
a smooth snake, just reminded me of Bleeding Gums Murphy saying, "I love the sexy slithering of a lady snake on whacking day."
That wasn't Bleeding Gums Murphy. That was someone.
Who was it?
That was.
Okay. It wasn't Isaac Hayes?
Yes, it was Isaac Hayes playing himself.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Huh. The guy from South Park who became a Scientologist.
No, actually, it wasn't Isaac Hayes. I don't think.
No, I don't.
Okay, let me get. But it was someone playing themselves.
Yeah. Okay.
Can't get enough.
Barry
White. It was Barry White.
Barry White. Yes.
Playing himself. Yeah. And when he attracts the snakes by putting the speakers on the ground, so the bass attracts them, and he sings in his big voice, "Can't get enough of your love, baby."
Yep.
It was
Barry White.
Oh my god! Sorry, now my head's there in that classic Simpsons era, because Barry White's just paid to show up and make a speech, and he doesn't know what it's for, and he says whacking day, and he leans over to the mayor and says, "What is whacking day?" And Quimby explains to us when they beat snakes to death, and they'd been cheering for everyone, he said, and he just grabs the microphone and goes, "You people are sick," and they all cheer. And he just goes to the mayor and says, "Are they listening to me?" And the mayor says, "I don't think so, no."
Yes.
So
Golden Age
there's
Simpsons.
a celebrity there. Because Barry White's all about love. When he hears it's about beating snakes to death, he just abuses the crowd. You're all sick!
What makes me wonder what he thought whacking day was then.
Well, with Barry White, he probably thought something far sexier.
Yes.
But yeah. Oh my god, Golden Age Simpsons. My god.
Yes, Zoomers would not understand classic Simpsons. It's just a different time.
Honestly, they probably wouldn't find it funny either. Because I think comedy is A, subjective, and B, very generational.
Yes, for sure.
So Megaleech thought he could hear something that wasn't breathing. Okay.
Okay, I can hear it.
They're watching something on TV in the next room that's actually up quite loud. I don't know. I can't hear anything.
I've just turned my headphones up. Gone now.
If it was Pat, I think you would have just heard him drinking water.
It does sound a bit like aircon.
I think it might be because I can't hear it like over the stream, so I think it might be coming. It
just like comes and goes. It's like it's on now. It's off, on, off.
Oh god, who knows? It could be my laptop fan. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, could you mute Pat for a minute?
All right.
Okay.
This is. Oh, Pat's going to mute himself. I'll mute you, mate. This is just a test. So.
Gone.
Yeah. Is it not coming back?
It's gone.
Okay, so
it's gone.
We're just periodically picking up something from Pat's thing. That's okay though. I mean, it's that bad.
It's not a game changer. It's not that bad. It's just like it's just hitting my autistic brain the wrong way.
That's okay. I don't know if you have a fan or
not
an air conditioner in the shed.
Not in a bad way.
No, that's okay. It's
all good. It's all good.
We can manage it. We can manage it, Pat. Don't stress.
Let's go.
So we're all good. Oh god, I've got to stop myself from just going down like a Simpsons rabbit hole. All the videos on YouTube, steamed hams, but it's and there's one that I didn't watch the video, but it just popped up in my suggested ones recently. Steamed ham, but it's a 1930s German expressionist film.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about Simpsons Wave? Have you ever heard of Simpsons Wave?
What's that?
It's a type of music. If you want a rabbit hole, Google Simpsons Wave.
Wow. Okay. I have not heard of that. Might watch it another time.
It's a genre of lo-fi music.
Right. Oh yeah. No, I get it. Sorry. Speaking of Simpsons-inspired music, I'm just thinking of the heavy metal band where everyone dresses as Ned Flanders.
Ned Flanders heavy metal band. Yes.
Which again, people are funny.
Yes. Megaleech thinks it's audio compression.
Yeah, it could be just what Pat's headset's doing, but I think we can survive it.
Yeah, I'm not going to lose any sleep about it. It's fine.
we're okay. We're okay. It's all fine. Trying to think. Okay, don't fall under a Simpsons black hole. Like, what else? Oh, I watched Wakanda Forever. I think I mentioned that last night.
I want to watch that.
I really quite enjoyed it. There was a whole bunch, the way they do in the Marvel universe, there was a bunch of setup for other things in it as well. But I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. And again, Jesus Christ, Angela Bassett as the Queen. God damn. The answer is,
She is a queen.
Yes, I fucking would.
She's a queen.
Would
on
Angela
and off
Bassett
screen
have anything to do with me? No, she would not. But I can dream. She's incredible. Like, there's this great bit where she gives a speech to. It's not decreed as being the UN, but it's obviously basic. And it's basically this "fuck you" speech she gives, and it's like, God, do not cross this woman. Jesus Christ. She's incredible. She is absolutely incredible. It's like, try not to cry when they do fucking tributes to our man T'Challa and whatnot. Actually, going back to this, sorry,
I would
go ahead.
fail that. I would fail that challenge.
Yeah, no, I
just when you watch the funeral scene at the end of Endgame to Tony Stark, and you didn't notice it the first time, but you notice it after you knew that T'Challa actor, what's his name?
I'm actually blanking on his name.
Because I'm bad with
Chadwick
names.
Boseman. Sorry, there we go.
Yeah. After he passed away and you rewatch that scene, he is shockingly thin.
Yeah, he's sick. He is sick.
Yeah. And I didn't notice it the first time, but I noticed it on a rewatch. Like, he's absolutely shockingly thin. And I just I cried then.
Yeah.
Seeing that. Wakanda Forever is gonna kill me for that.
Yeah. And because you fucking feel it. Actually, to go back to Star Wars, I was less upset seeing Carrie Fisher in The Rise of Skywalker than I thought I was going to be. Because the third movie, it's like the first movie was Han's movie, the second movie was Luke's movie, the third movie was always meant to be Leia's movie, but she died.
That's correct.
And when that happened, and they were just saying things like, we will do something respectful to do. And I was just thinking, I'm just going to cry every time she's on scene, aren't I?
Yeah.
And I didn't. I held it together a bit, which I was a bit surprised by.
But, because they didn't have much to work with, but what they did have, they used well.
I thought they did that reasonably well, actually.
Yeah. And it they had to rework the script. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
It was supposed
to disappointment
feature her a lot.
To do that movie.
I know.
Because it would have been completely different.
May have even been good.
It might have been. It might have been good. If it was all about Leia guiding Rey, it might have been good.
Yeah.
But the little tributes to Chadwick in Wakanda Forever are a bit woof.
Yeah. Is it? It's not in cinemas anymore, is it?
No, it's actually free on Disney Plus now.
Oh, see, I don't have a Disney Plus subscription.
I do, because it's got all the Star Wars stuff on it.
Yeah. Well, see, then you'd have access to the prequels.
Yep, I can watch them anytime I want, and I watch them anytime I want. Which is there's
prequels.
Yep, I watch them whenever I want to.
Which is never.
Which is never. Sorry,
See, I have.
What's his name from the magician duo, Penn Jillette, when he's trying to explain to weird Christians, how do you have any morality when you're not religious? And he's going, you say atheists can rape and murder as many people as they want? You are absolutely right. I rape and murder as many people as I want to. And that's 0. I do not want to rape and murder people. And it's not because of, I'm scared of Sky Daddy punishing me. It's because I make a rational decision. That's a bad thing to do. And I don't do it.
Because I literally just don't want to inflict pain on other people. That's it.
And there is actually a fair breadth of stuff on Disney Plus. It's not just Disney, Star Wars, and Marvel. There is some other stuff as well. So
cool.
I do not regret subscribing to Disney Plus, but I needed to. I have basically enjoyed the Marvel shows. Some are better than others, but I've enjoyed watching them. But because the Star Wars shows are on there, and there is some good other stuff as well.
Cool.
Yes, sorry, I couldn't resist doing that thing. Like, yes, I can watch the prequels whenever I want to.
I approve. Yeah,
but
it's a good gag whenever you can use it.
I probably should, except, God, it's so many hours to invest.
It's only 9, less than 9. It's like you only live once.
Got the extended versions on Disney Plus.
Do they?
I don't know. They probably do.
What would happen?
One making fun of is just going like, okay, you kids today complaining about the last trilogy of Star Wars films. We fucking watched one where Obi-Wan went to a fucking space diner, okay? That's a thing we sat through. He went to a diner run by aliens, and we just took it, okay? So shut up.
It's Coruscant. It's it's cosmopolitan.
I actually like the concept of Coruscant being a planet that is completely built over. There is no land anywhere that doesn't have buildings on it.
Ecumenopolis is the name of that concept.
Oh, there you go.
An ecumenopolis is a planet-wide city.
Yeah.
And George Lucas took inspiration from the Foundation series of novels by Isaac Asimov.
Yes.
The city planet of Trantor, which was the hub of the civilization, the Empire.
Yeah.
In those novels.
Yeah. I've gotten season 2 of Foundations coming out soon too.
Oh, can't wait.
But that's on Apple Plus. I just fucking refuse to pay for yet another subscription service. And there are a couple of apparently exceptionally good shows on Apple Plus. I am just not paying for yet another subscription because there's too much stuff to watch as it is. I am quite conscious. I am missing shows that are probably very good. But it's like, you know what? Life's too short. Well, there's too much high quality.
You know what? If there are things that you really, really want to watch and they're not on any of your subscription plans, I know a guy who knows a guy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, who sails his pirate ship.
Sails the high seas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, I almost can't be bothered. It's just like, you know what? There's just a bunch of other stuff I'm watching. It's actually difficult to choose between all the things I have legal access to. Because I don't want to spend too much of my life watching TV and movies.
Fair enough.
I want to do something. But, it is what it is, essentially.
So I was going to ask...
Yeah?
I was going to ask... Are you able to set up multiple profiles on Disney Plus?
Yes.
So it's a bit like Netflix that way?
Yes.
You know how you can like get a family plan and do
Yes.
that? Cool. Good to know. Oh, for fuck's sake. I keep hitting the fucking light.
Oh, that's a nice random thing, Safa. Skull and Bones is a badly made, not released video game. That is a fact that I don't know what to do with. I'm taking you at your word.
I don't know what that game is.
That's what I'm saying. That's a fact that I'm not sure of what to do with.
So yeah, like to complete the thought I was having.
Yeah.
How would you feel if somebody outside of your home had access to your Disney Plus account with your permission?
We should talk about my family in a
in another forum.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah.
So yeah, but yes, I get where you're coming from.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
We should talk about my family and what my family's doing somewhere else. Because
cool. In the meantime, I just need to message a friend on Discord about something completely unrelated.
Do it. Sorry, I'm gonna get a soda. Which soda will I get? Fridge is full of sodas. Blood Orange and Sage, that'll do. I threatened to do my I think this clarified cocktail would probably go quite well with soda. So we'll open a soda. A little bit of ASMR there of the seal cracking on the bottle. Pour some soda in there. And then pour a bit of this cocktail. And then pour a bit more soda, and I shall pace myself with a comparatively low alcohol beverage.
I swear, painting the haystacks on these wheat fields is a right pain in the absolute arsehole.
What's the game called again? Catan?
Settlers of Catan. Like, look at this butthole of a thing. Like, I had to paint all those
little fiddly bits.
2 coats without getting paint everywhere is just like fuck you fun, you know? Like, it's painting is fun, but sometimes it's fuck you fun.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I've been putting it off for days as well, and the paint in my wet palette is so watery. And I should be using better paint, but I got the colors like mixed perfectly, and
have you been watching Wednesday, Pat?
Yep, it's wicked.
You like it?
Yep.
I've
that's
watched
a show. It's
so
go on.
C1. I'll wait on C2. Sounds really soon.
I've watched a little bit of it. I haven't watched all of it.
I want to watch it. Heard it's good.
Yeah, it's interesting because it takes a somewhat different angle to any previous Addams Family stuff, in that Wednesday is actively hostile to her parents.
Really?
Yeah, no, she's like a surly teenager who doesn't like the parents.
Well, 18.
Yeah. What was interesting is when the casting was originally done, I forget the actor's name, but he's done so much over the years. The guy who's playing Gomez, because he's not your classically attractive guy, and people said, "Oh, that's dumb casting," and then people pointed out in the original Charles Addams cartoons, which were the inspiration, Gomez was a weird goblin of a man, and it was just his undying devotion to Morticia that made them happy. Because in the TV series and the movies from 10 or 20 years ago, the actor playing Gomez was more traditionally attractive, which was actually not in keeping with the original Addams Family cartoons. So the casting for Gomez in Wednesday is actually quite good. Plus,
wicked.
Plus, that guy is really good. Like over the last 40 years, I've seen him in so many things, TV shows and movies and whatnot.
See, two's on very soon.
Series 2 of Wednesday. Yeah, I bet they're making Series 2 because Series 1 was pretty successful. Yeah. It's sorry. Speaking of Series 2s and whatnot, I was just randomly compelled on Twitter today. I was going like, well, okay, The Sandman was extremely successful, and I've loved The Sandman since the comic was out in the 90s. And then season 1 of Good Omens was pretty successful, and they're making a season 2, which I was very encouraged to hear is actually based on an idea that Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett had discussed when Terry Pratchett was still alive. And it was what they had intended to do, but they never got around to it, and then Terry died. So Good Omens Season 2 is not just a cash grab. It's a story that Neil and Terry had always intended to do. And so I just kind of tweeted, well, Sandman was successful, and hopefully Season 2 of Good Omens will be successful. And then that will make someone hopefully go, oh, all this Neil Gaiman stuff successful. We should probably finish American Gods, because they did 3 seasons of American Gods on Prime, but never actually finished the story. And I would really
I still haven't seen Season 2 of it.
It's good. Season 2 and 3 are both very good. Again, just the guy they cast as Shadow Moon, Ricky Whittle, he's so fucking good. And it's basically, to my mind, it's like he and oh god, what's his name? Who plays Odin? Mr. Wednesday. What's his name? He's just amazing. He's done so much over, again, about 4 decades of TV and movies. He's just incredible. I feel like those two carry the whole thing. But then you even get things like, we were talking the other day about the guy who's Master Chief in the thing. He's Mad Sweeney, the giant leprechaun. The giant leprechaun in it, and he's brilliant. And they're all good. Everyone in it is good. And I don't know. Amazon just lost the will to fund it after 3 seasons. I'm just hoping they just go, oh yeah, maybe we should finish it. Please finish the story. It's such a good story.
I really want them to finish The Expanse,
which might happen. They did it. They did the last one quite well in that they rounded off the main story of what had been happening up to that point. So there's resolution. Yep. But then they just put all these things out like, ooh, look at all these story threads. Look at all these story threads. There's a whole bunch of stuff we could still do. So they might. Right? They might. Who fucking knows? But thank you, Megaleech. Ian McShane. That's his. Ian McShane is such a legend. Basically, watch Ian McShane in everything, and he fucking dominates the screen. It's kind of sometimes it's this classic thing with English stuff, particularly TV shows, but also to a degree movies. They've got these guys, and they just look a certain way, and they go, this guy is either a hard as nails crim or a hard as nails cop. And so in one show, we'll cast them as a crim, and in another show, we'll cast them as a cop. And they work either way because they're just this force of nature type thing. Ian McShane's not the only one. There's a few other from England, but
he's also one of those guys. You know, one of those that guys.
Yeah, because you don't remember his name, but you see him in so many things. Yeah, he's a great that guy. Ian McShane is a great that guy.
Yeah,
and there's a few of them. There's a few, particularly Brit guys of his generation, which is about 10 years older than me. They came up in the 70s, and they've just never gone away. And they've been in cop shows and movies. And like I said, I find it hilarious. One time they're a cop, another time they're a crim, and I find that hilarious.
Yep, and they always get like not a main cast role, like a main lead role, but
they're a really important supporting character.
Yeah,
and they steal every scene they're in. Yep. There's a whole school.
Love a good that guy.
Yeah, a good that guy is, and yeah, that's where the internet comes in handy, because you're watching something, go, I know who that is, and you just go on cast of this show or this movie.
IMDb.
That's who it is. Yes. Okay.
Yep. And then you look up all the other movies they've been in.
Yep. And you think of all the things you've seen them in, and then you think, oh, here's some stuff I haven't seen. I'm probably going to have to go and watch that now. It's like one of the Wakandans, you know, the bald warrior women. She's a comparatively minor role, and I've forgotten her name, but she's done a few TV shows and movies in the UK, and she particularly has this show where she's apparently like the creator, scriptwriter, and lead actor. It's called I May Destroy You. It's absolutely fucking mind-blowing. It is quite unlike anything else I've ever watched. And so she's like a young millennial woman navigating the world, and her character has had one really successful novel, and she can't think of what to do for the second novel, and she's been given an advance which she's spent, and she hasn't written anything. And she's trying to find herself, and the whole thing is the relationships, the gender politics, the workplace. It's fucking stunning, and you think, this young woman has conceived, written, and is performing this role. She's fucking blows my mind, and she's a really minor character. She's a fairly prominently featured supporting character in Wakanda Forever. But she's amazing. Cool. Oh, Greg's looked it up. Ian's 80. Yeah, man, and he has fucking earned every one of those years. Okay, here's me thinking he was about 10 years older than me, and he's 30 years older. That's how he carries himself. He's not
go on, sorry.
No, I just say he's not 80, yeah.
Have I told you about Kevin Can Go Fuck Himself?
I have watched a couple of episodes of Kevin Can Fuck Himself.
What do you think?
I started watching it, and it's this weird thing with these oversaturated colors and sitcom laugh things. And I was going, is this a parody? Is this a parody? And then it splits, and you're like, oh, it was a parody. Oh my god, this is a fuck with your head TV show.
It's not a comedy.
No,
it's a drama.
It's a drama with parody elements in it, and Jesus, it's very hard to explain, but you'll watch it for a while and go, this is like a shitty 80s or 90s sitcom. What the fuck? And then there's this split, and it's like it was parodying the idea that a person's life could be like an 80s or 90s sitcom. And Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's very good.
I've watched all of season 2 now.
Oh god, I haven't. Yeah.
It gets good. It gets really good. Shit gets cray.
Yeah. And because the lead, she's in Schitt's Creek, and she's exceptionally good in Schitt's Creek, and her character in Kevin Can Fuck Himself is completely different. Just not at all like her character in Schitt's Creek.
Okay.
If you watch Schitt's Creek, she's like a rich, spoiled, model-ish character, and you would think
is she the sister in Schitt's Creek?
Yeah, she's the daughter in the family. She's a central character in Schitt's Creek. But if you watch,
I don't remember that.
No, if you watch Schitt's Creek, you'd look at her. She's playing this spoiled, model-ish.
I've seen it. I've seen quite a few episodes of Schitt's Creek.
You would think she would be typecast as that forever, but what she does in Kevin Can Fuck Himself is so far removed from that. Mm-hmm. She's incredible. She is so good.
Yeah. Well, that just speaks volumes to her range.
Yeah, no, she's amazing. She is really good.
Well, I'm glad you checked it out, because that show blew my mind.
I haven't checked out season 2, so I might get back to it, because I was
really good in season 2.
I was
not that season 1 is bad.
Yeah.
But
season 2 really
gets real.
Yeah.
Shit gets real in season 2. Especially the final episode of season 2.
Okay.
Holy shit. I cannot wait for season 3. It's just
I'm going to have to watch it now.
Blew my mind. Yeah.
Because it was I said, it was really funny, because I had an impression of what it was going to be, and you start watching it and it's this weird oversaturated colors and
it's classic late 90s sitcom.
It's Seinfeld. It's like really evocative of Seinfeld or The King of Queens or something.
Yep, exactly.
And
then it splits to dark, depressing drama, and it's just what the fuck happened. Low angles, washed out. What just happened?
I was literally I was watching. It was so weird because they totally got me. I was going, "Is this a parody? This feels like it must be. But it's so just true to form." And then when the split happened, you go, "Oh God, it was a parody. They were just parodying the idea that anyone's life could actually be like a sitcom." And wow, it's
Well, let me know when you've finished.
All right.
Watching it, because I'd love to discuss it with you. It's a show that I need to talk about.
Yeah. Okay. Well, probably be relatively soon. I want to finish Preacher, and I'm on the final season of that, and I want to finish a show called The Offer, which is a dramatization of the making of The Godfather. And it's fascinating. It's based on the stories the producer of the movie said. This is how hard it was to get The Godfather made. It's fascinating. It's 70s Hollywood.
I've never seen The Godfather.
Okay. In my humble opinion, The Godfather is possibly the high point of cinematic achievement of the 20th century.
Wow.
And what's interesting to me is one of the podcasts that I always bring up, the Rewatchables. Those guys think Godfather 2 is better than Godfather 1.
I've heard that opinion.
It's not an uncommon opinion. So I feel like I have to rewatch Godfather 2. But why I love Godfather 1 is I think the structure of it is basically perfect. Like, it's stunning. Okay, slight giveaway of the plot of a 50-year-old movie.
I know nothing about the movie except that it's about the mafia.
Yeah,
that's all I know.
Michael is the youngest son of a mafia family, and the intention is always that he does not go into the family business.
His intention or his family's intention?
His family's intention and his intention. Both of them.
Okay.
Like, Michael actually, the movie opens, Michael has come back from the war because he actually enlisted in the army in the Second World War.
Sure.
The movie is set just after the Second World War.
Okay.
And he's meant to be the clean one in the family. It's both he doesn't want anything to do with the family, and
Yep.
his father actually wants him to be clean. Like, his father basically wants him to go into politics.
Okay, because that's squeaky clean.
Yeah, basically,
politics is like beyond reproach.
Legitimize the family, and then circumstances happen, basically. And the movie is all about family, and it's stunning. The stuff that happens with the family interactions and whatnot, and the build up to the final scenes, the resolution, again, just structurally, to me, is incredible. And again, Francis Ford Coppola, I'd put him in with George Lucas, just incredible auteur who needs an editor to fucking rein him in.
Sure.
And just the look of The Godfather is incredible. The performances in The Godfather are incredible. The structure and the pacing and the plotting of The Godfather are just incredible. And for me, it's the pinnacle. And it's funny because a lot of people say Godfather 2 is even better. I might, speaking of putting aside like 6 hours of my life, I might rewatch The Godfather and The Godfather 2. But again,
we should have a movie night.
Yes. Oh God, watch party.
A watch party / movie night. So I need to say something.
Yes.
This noise, this breathing noise, whatever it is actually starting to get to me now.
So Pat, could you mute yourself until you want to say something? When you want to say something, unmute yourself.
Okay.
And,
is that okay? I'm really sorry, Pat. But
it's cool.
Pat understands. Also,
thank
I
you.
have to excuse myself for a moment. Mrs. Angry's going to bed, so I need to get my breathing apparatus and set it up by the lounge so I can do that. So also, my internet's just going screwy, so I'm just seeing a warning thing on my screen. So I don't know. My internet might go screwy, but it'll probably come back. I'll be back in a minute.
Cool. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no. No. do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I hope this is working. Do, 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 do. Do, do. Ah, 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 ah,
Sorry, sorry. Was that too much? You having to manage things while I was gone?
Oh, thank God you're back. It was too much.
I should have put
I
a video
tried to
on while I was
entertain.
gone.
I
Put a
tried
video
to
on while I-
entertain them. Oh, oh,
Oh dear,
oh,
dance monkey.
oh,
Okay, too much. Too much. Okay,
oh. That was tough.
yeah. Yes. Okay. So it's kind of funny. Like Godfather 3 is kind of is the Rise of Skywalker of the Godfather movies. It's like, oh, Godfather, amazing cinematic achievement. Godfather 2, some people say greater cinematic achievement. Godfather 3, that's a movie that exists. Okay, cool.
I see.
Yes. It's oh God. I'm trying to think, is there anything else? Again, repeat myself, The Last of Us it continues to be an incredible piece of TV. It's just for a video game adaptation, which are notoriously bad or at best divisive in the response that people have to it. This is just like the high point of modern TV. It's quite amazing. Heine, baseball bat scene.
Oh.
I think you're thinking of the Untouchables, actually.
Don't be rocking the Rock in Doom now.
Doom. Oh my God!
Remember the
guys,
Doom movie?
So the two key people driving The Last of Us are the writer, who's an accomplished writer. Most recently did the Chernobyl series, and the actual maker of the game was deeply involved. And there's been interviews where they go like, yeah, we don't want to try and put gameplay in the show. So just because it's a first-person shooter, we don't want a scene that's like the visuals of a first-person shooter, because you've probably seen that and it fucking sucks. And they don't say it, but they in the Doom movie.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Mega Leech. UA Boll is fucking hilarious. For anyone who doesn't know UA Boll, German filmmaker who has done a couple of films that were adaptations of video games that are renowned as among the worst films of the last 30 years. There was even a rumor that UA Boll was actually recruited to make deliberately bad films that would fail. So the investors got a massive tax write-off. They were like, yeah, we put in X million dollars into this film and lost all the money, so we get a tax write-off. But UA Boll challenges anyone who criticizes his films to a boxing match. And so his height was probably about 10 years ago. And I made a video where he's joking like, sorry, what?
Can we just rewind?
Yeah.
What's the point of that kind of tax write-off? You spend X to get X back?
No. It's a thing. It depends on the country in question's tax laws, but various countries have tax laws where if you invest your money in a creative enterprise and it bombs completely and you never get your money back, you get a tax write-off for that. And depending how much money you have and what the tax laws in your country are, that can be an attractive proposition. It's because tax laws are bullshit and are structured to privilege rich people and fuck over everyone else.
Why not just keep the money?
No, because it's a whole thing, because they have the money. And so if they, and to an extent, this is money laundering as well.
Okay.
They put their money into a project and the project loses money, so they get a tax.
I guess instead of being taxed on the money you own and potential income, you don't get taxed on it, plus you get it back as a rebate.
Yeah, it's complicated and it's weird and it's just fucked up with systems that favor rich people.
And it's the rich people who influence the people who write the laws as well.
Exactly. And I don't know that this story is true, but it was one thing that was floated. Why are UA Boll films so bad, and why do people keep giving him money to make bad films? One theory was it's a tax write-off. So
fair enough. But
yes, he was a weird guy.
Before I rudely interrupted you, you were about to say you made a video about it.
Oh yeah, no, I made a video where I was going about the UA Boll film, and he come fight me, and then I looked him up and looked at pictures of him and went, oh no, he would fuck me up. He would absolutely. Because I thought he's older than me. I will challenge him. And then I looked him up and read some stuff and went, oh no, actually, I'm reasonably sure UA Boll would absolutely fuck me up. So sorry, Mr. Boll, your films are all very good, and I don't want to challenge you. I'm sorry. Because he was just this angry German dude who would challenge people to fights.
Yeah. Wow. To date, Elon Musk has yet to answer my multiple challenges to a duel. He has no honor.
He is so embarrassed. The biggest thing about him is how embarrassing he is. There was a video which he released. It was some meeting with these three guys who were just fucking simping for him. And it was all on Twitter, and someone's talking about, because the story's got out that he's going like, no one's liking my tweets anymore. It's like, because everyone fucking hates you, dude. And apparently the engineer who said, no, there's nothing in the system that is biasing against you. People just fucking don't like you anymore. And he fired the guy who said that.
Oh, Jesus. Far out.
But there's this video with these...
Tell me that's not a lawsuit in progress.
Yeah. There's this video with these three guys simping with him, and he's talking about engagement and whatnot. One guy's going, yeah, you do memes. Your memes are great. And he's going, yeah, I create some memes. One of them's like, yeah, your meme game is strong. And I'm just going, oh my God, my skeleton just erupted out of my body because of the force of cringe.
I'm trying to keep a steady hand here, and you keep making me laugh.
But it was so embarrassing. Just
that is
guys.
So embarrassing.
Oh God, it was awful. It was so bad. It was so bad. It was just Jesus.
Look, Musk simps are just cringe. They're just embarrassing themselves.
Yeah. And when I saw the video posted, someone was saying, if you're still wondering why Elon Musk makes such terrible decisions, this is who he surrounds himself with.
Yeah.
And there were just these fucking embarrassing simps. And it was just, Jesus Christ.
Well, that's what happens when you surround yourself with yes men and fire people who tell you the truth.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Yeah. It's just astonishing. It's astonishing how insecure Elon Musk is. Oh God. Okay. Sorry. I just re-looked up UA Boll's age. He's basically only the same age as me, which is why I don't want to fight him, because he's an angry German. And history has told us angry Germans don't get in fights with them.
Counterpoint, Aussie.
Who's Aussie?
You are.
Oh, okay, cool. That answers everything.
Yeah, like, don't fuck with Aussies, mate.
Well, I mean, I guess the first thing I'd do is punch him in the dick, and which might catch him by surprise.
Yep.
But
there's a reason why the US Army tells their troops that Australian soldiers are the most highly trained fighting force in the world. I mean, forgetting the war crimes and
yes, there are a few war crimes in there. Yes,
like, I mean, the Yanks can like share a story or two about war crimes too, but
yeah, that is
true.
Like
they have a very high they have a very high respect for Australians as fighters. So play on that.
Yeah, there was a very funny story because, of course, we have, not that it's widely publicized, but we do have US military bases on Australian soil, including a secret CIA base at Pine Gap.
Pine Gap, yep.
We don't know about. But there was a thing a while back, and I mean decades back, war games thing between Americans and Australians in the Northern Territory. And the Americans had all this really over-the-top technology that the Australians didn't have. But the Australians kind of knew what technology the Americans had. And it was all these heat sensors and whatnot. But the environment was completely alien to the Americans. So they were relying on all this high-tech equipment in an environment they didn't understand. And so the story goes, what the Australian Special Forces did is they strapped big things of ice to their torso. Which didn't completely obscure their heat signature, but it made their heat signature look really weird. And the Americans were looking at their scanners just going, what is that? Is that a wallaby or an emu? And they just thought, because it was not a human heat signature, it was this weird shaped heat signature. They just thought it was some weird Australian fauna.
Yep.
And so the Australians completely breached their lines because the Americans relied on the technology and were confused by the alien environment. And so the Australians just did this very low-tech thing to confound them.
It's amazing how low-tech can beat high-tech sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just so good. I love a good low-tech defeats high-tech story.
Yeah. And particularly... sorry.
I love the story about how there was this programmer in Darwin who was stationed at the base, the Air Force base there.
Yeah.
Because Darwin is basically built around an airport.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen a map of Darwin or been to Darwin, the airport's right in the middle, and it's an Air Force base / the airport, and there's like just suburbs around it. Anyway, this programmer was working on a simulator for pilots. It was a helicopter simulator. And he was retrofitting a US design for Australian use. Yeah. And he cut a few corners in the like in a good way, because most programmers know that you should reuse code as much as possible. It's just efficient that way. So for some animals to reprogram Australian animals, what he did was he got the code for enemies and just put a skin around them, just reskinned them, and just chopped out all the code for weapons and some behaviors and shit. But he kind of fucked up a bit and left unintentionally left a bug in the code, and I'll get to that. So the Yanks come and check out this simulator, and they bring a couple of pilots along, and they're flying around and in this chopper simulator, and they see a herd of kangaroos, and they think, oh, cool, nice feature. And the pilot decides to buzz the herd of kangaroos to check out the simulation, and they split up. It's, oh wow, that's really awesome, that flocking simulation. And so he goes back up again, and then comes around to check to have a look at them, and the herd of kangaroos joins back up and then fires ground to air missiles at the chopper.
Oh dear.
And the simulation ends. And the pilots walked away with a newfound respect for Australian wildlife. And the poor programmer got an earful from the general. That was a thing.
I bet it
so
was.
Lesson: if you're reusing code, you need to be thorough.
Yes.
Like, do it. It's a good practice, but you need to be more thorough than that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a simple decision can have incredible
effect. Because the effect worked up until the point where the programmer forgot to take out these RPGs. And because it borrowed all the flocking behavior and the movement and animation and stuff. So but anyway, enough about programming.
That's okay. Okay, I need to take a toilet break, so I think I might play a video to.
I'm going to do the same, actually.
Take the pressure off.
These are my wire snippers. I don't know why I've got them. They were just sitting here.
Okay, this is a video I have considered.
Strippers.
Yeah, here's a video I have considered remaking, but would be a bit fraught as about a story about sex education. And it's a bit weird. So I'll take us all off there.
I want to watch it now, but I need to pee.
I need to pee, so I'll be back in 5 minutes. G'day viewers, and welcome again to Wangathat Wednesday, where I tell you, who am I not giving a fuck about today? And today, I'm not giving a fuck about the parents in Iowa in the US who got upset when a teacher at local school gave a rather graphic sex education lesson to some teenagers at the school. Why would I give a fuck about teenagers getting some straightforward, even graphic sex education? Seriously, the average teenager is going to respond to a teacher giving them sex education. We're going, nah, miss, no one does it like that. Where have you been? This is how we do it. It's not really going to be an eye-opener. And for any kid that it is an eye-opener, they need it. Now, in this class, some of the things that caused concern is when the teacher was showing how to put a condom on, used an actual dildo as opposed to, like a glass tube or a banana. I love the news reports keep trying to talk around it, talk about it being an anatomically correct penis. It was a dildo, okay? It helps if you're just being a bit realistic. It's a farce doing those things with the tubes or bananas. But anyway, so people were upset the teacher used a dildo for the condom demonstration. And apparently one adult was saying that there was a graphic demonstration of sex positions with some soft toys. Come on, how graphic could it have been? Unless the teacher brought in a couple of furries in the class to do some positions. That could get a bit wrong. In all seriousness, one thing that shits me about sex education in school, if you're in school, I hope you realize this, any teacher that tried to give you real, direct, useful sex education would probably get fucking arrested. That's how screwed up people are these days. They immediately assume, oh, a reference to sex with anyone under 18, pedophile. And I'm not saying there aren't pedophile teachers out there, but a teacher who genuinely wants to help kids and knowing the truth about sex in all its gross squishiness, that is something you need to know. Hell, even your parents would probably get you in trouble if they actually show. And yes, people go, oh, it's pornographic. No, it's a picture of a vagina with a penis going into it. That's what sex is, okay? And if kids get a shock, on their wedding night because they've saved themselves, how fucking traumatized are they going to be then? What, you want to stick, what? Ooh, look at that. Ooh. It's so hard to do proper sex education. Besides, I'm sure these parents were just too uptight. How bad could this teacher have been? If you want to traumatize kids, you'd have Mr. Angry give them sex education, which I picture going something like this. And that's how a baby comes out. I'd like the class to thank Mrs. Henderson for that demonstration. And I would just point out that if Mrs. Henderson did some pelvic floor exercises, the baby wouldn't have dropped out quite so fast. And maybe Mr. Henderson wouldn't have to strap a plank of wood on his back before going in there. Just a thought, just advice. So, sex positions. Now, when we talked yesterday, I showed you a few positions with the help of our models here. Now, some parents complained about that. When I thought about it, I realized they were right. That was far too much about penis in vagina. You guys, you can't just be thinking with your dicks all the time. You've got to learn to pleasure your partner without your penis because you'll get lots more action, quite honestly. Now, cuddling, just cuddling. Or, it could be a little bit of the oral sex action going on. You've got to learn how to do that, guys. Get in there. Or just some, mutual masturbation. Now, your parents have probably talked to you about fisting. It's not just a figure of speech. With the right lubrication, a man, or in fact another woman, can in fact get their whole fist inside the vagina. You just work it in gently, just roll it in gently. It's, it's not a competition. You don't want to hurt your partner, but some women do find it quite pleasurable. And in fact, some men find it quite pleasurable if the woman stimulates their rectum in a similar way. And I have heard rumours that some guys can take a whole fist. Although I don't like to think too much about that, I'll just be honest, even I get a little squeamish. Hey, are you fapping? No, you, Spotty, are you fapping? Well, you're fiddling around under the desk. It looks like you're wanking. Look, there's nothing wrong with masturbation. It's perfectly healthy, but there's a time and a place. This is a classroom. I'm trying to educate you. Not the time, not the place, okay? All right, you weren't fapping. He was fapping! You can't trust the spotty ones! Anyway, so, fisting. You can even try do each other at the same time, much like a 69, but instead of the oral sex going on, you'd be going on the mutual fisting could work like... What? You, the traumatized looking kid, have you got a question? You don't seem to... Do you have a question? Oh God, are you crying? There's no crying in sex education. You cry after sex, okay? When you realise what a horrible mistake you've made. If you don't listen to me, all right? What is wrong with you kids? I'm trying to give you valuable information. You're the most uptight bunch of 5-year-olds I've ever seen.
And if you can't take some simple, straightforward sex education, then I don't give a fuck.
Look at his facial expression. He looks like he's really into it. Or he's constipated. I reckon he's really into it. See, that's why Ken and Barbie broke up, because Ken wouldn't go in for the fisting and Barbie loves that stuff. Thus ends the Festival of Wrong. I'm going to hell for that video.
That doll looked like Bruce Willis.
Didn't it though? That was Stone Cold Steve Austin, I think, a wrestler doll.
Okay.
I am particularly proud of the line, "Your parents have probably talked to you about fisting."
Yes.
Oh, everything
The
about
most
that was
uptight-
wrong.
The most uptight group of 5-year-olds.
I know.
Oh dear.
It's just, everything about that was wrong. It was just embrace the
Festival
wrong.
of Wrong.
The
Yep.
Festival of Wrong. It's just, oh my God. But seriously, most of that was built around, I came up with the line, "Your parents have probably talked to you about fisting." I just wanted to use that line once I came up with it.
Fair.
Which is ridiculous. But oh God, I had this really weird experience today because a few people on the social medias have rightly been pointing out Leonardo DiCaprio, who appears to have crossed a threshold from being unsettling and creepy that he keeps changing girlfriends when they turn 25 or 26 to the rumors that he's involved with a 19-year-old, which is just fucking wrong. And this dude popped up, like I posted a thing, which I thought someone had done a really funny joke on Twitter where they said, framing it as by the time women reach their mid-20s, they're sick of Leonardo DiCaprio is a much funnier way to view it. It's like once the women reach their mid-20s, they're too sophisticated for Leonardo DiCaprio is a much funnier way to view it. And a few people were chiming in going like, yeah, it's weird and creepy. And this one guy, he was like an old school YouTube guy, just jumped in and was like, oh, we're all adults, what's wrong here? And I'm like, I really am not interested in indulging someone who wants to pretend that this really gross, creepy power imbalance is a normal and healthy thing. And he wouldn't let it go, and he kept going. And I'm just like, you're just fucking outing yourself as a really gross creep. And he's going, basically his response was, I know you are, but what am I? Oh, people who say someone else is a creeper, they're the creepers. And I went, you are openly and actively endorsing a really unsettling, gross power imbalance. And I'm just like, no, dude, I'm not saying anything about myself. I'm saying something about you. And you are saying something about you. And I was actually really stunned because he was really just going for it. And I was like, do you not get what you're saying to everyone at the moment? And he kept saying, oh, you're the one saying it because you said I'm creepy. And I went, because you're creepy? And it was really weird. This guy was just fucking going for it. And I was like, dude, no one fucking asked you, okay? You could have kept quiet, but, you know. And it was really fucking. And then he jumped, and I just went, you're not letting this go, and I have no interest in your shit or inflicting your shit on other people. So I just blocked him on Facebook. So then he popped up on Twitter going, oh, angry Aussie. And it's like, and it was the same deal. It was like, how do you not get what you're radiating to the world? How do you not get that? And
Wow.
So I blocked him, but I did reply to him and just went, like, grow up, you weird, creepy groomer motherfucker. It was just, and it's like, he was so obsessed with going on and on about it. It's like, you know what? I'm not, guy. You're unpleasant, and I don't want that.
I would have taken screenshots.
I still could. The tweet's still there, but it's just like,
okay. But if you block him, doesn't that mean you can't see the tweet anymore?
I can't see the Facebook stuff anymore, but you just go on Twitter, and because my tweet where I told him to fuck off is still there, and it's going, you blocked this person. I went, let me see the tweet anyway, and
okay,
it'll be there. But what does my head in is this guy not knowing what he's broadcasting to the world.
Yeah,
it was
some
like,
people have no self-awareness.
It's like, dude, that's not good. What you're doing is not good.
Yeah. Yeah, the lack of self-awareness is palpable in this one. Oh, I am so sick of painting these fucking wheat stacks, and this is all I've got left.
Yeah.
But that's like another couple of hours, and I'm fucking done. I'm just so over it. They're so fucking meticulous.
Yep. Well, you're putting the effort in.
People better fucking appreciate this game of Settlers of Catan. I tell you fucking what. So I'm just going to take a break from that.
That's fair. So I was looking for this thing. I'm just replying to someone on my comment about American Gods. Some dude I don't know said Ian was the perfect Allfather. Yes, he was. And I also want to point out Ricky Whittle was incredible as Shadow Moon. Look, he may or may not, Ricky Whittle may or may not be on the list, is all I'm saying. You know, and we know
the list, hey?
The list that has Taika Waititi and
yep.
The list that the no one's that gay and no one's that straight list.
Yep.
Because Ricky Whittle was absolutely incredible. Just his physical presence in American Gods, he was amazing. Okay, you know Delaney King, because Delaney King is incredibly and just a stunningly amazing, talented person.
Yes.
And she posted a thing on Twitter saying she was feeling a bit down. Can someone do something positive? And so she liked it. I just replied to her, well, seriously, you're at the top of my list. If I win Lotto, you're at the top of my list of people I will hire and let them do whatever the fuck they want, because I'm sure something good will come out of it.
Oh, man.
Because again, the only thing that bothers me...
I need to see and respond to that tweet.
Oh, it's on there. But it's just like, she's a really good writer. She's a really good physical artist, like pen and paper artist. And she's an incredibly good digital artist as well. And she's incredibly good at working at game development. I'm like, literally the only thing I don't like is that she's just too talented, and it is a bit overwhelming. But
yeah,
it's just like, Jesus. And because I'm like, oh my God, okay, so someone who is so mind-blowingly over-talented and whatnot, still the challenges of life overwhelm them occasionally. And it's like, oh God, what hope do I have if this incredibly over-talented person gets overwhelmed?
See, that's just imposter syndrome talking.
It is. And that's what I think it is. That's why I wanted to say to her. And it's absolutely legit for real. I've thought about it more than once. Like, fuck me if I won. Like when I see all the stuff she's doing, from painting minis to physical art to digital art and all these real world stuff, and I was kind of like, yeah, she'd be someone you'd employ and just say, hey, how about you're now free to do literally anything? Go off and do that. And, we'll share the profits 50-50 or whatever, and I'll just finance you to do fucking, because she's so freakishly talented. It's but all right. And it's also because, and this is my little endorphin hit that you endlessly seeking from social media, because I did do that tweet about I hope because all the other Neil Gaiman things are successful, they bring back American Gods, and Neil Gaiman did actually like it, so then a bunch of other people did too. So it's like, yeah, I'm getting validation on social media. Everything's fine.
See,
But-
this is social media can be addicting.
Oh,
and this is why I quit Facebook.
Yeah, and I think that was a really good move for you.
Oh, I found out today the true power of addiction when haven't had a single drop of anything caffeinated for over 2 months now, and William inadvertently brought home a bottle of Coca-Cola, and I begged him for a sip.
Oh no.
And it was so hard to not do that. And he refused, of course, because he loves and cares for me. And just in the pit of my stomach, I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't help myself.
Oh, yes.
And it was soul destroying.
Yeah,
and
no, I get it.
I could not stop myself. And I contemplated just walking across the road and buying a can of Coke. And then I thought I could buy an energy drink. I could just, and it's making me think of it now. And it's just feeling that buzz of caffeine. And it's just fucking ridiculous how addictive it is.
Yeah.
And I would have lost all that progress in one sip. And like, he put the bottle in the fridge, and I almost like snuck a drink, but he like soon left after that. He went to his partner's place and took the bottle. So fuck, that took me for a spin. Like, that was fucking difficult.
Yeah. No, that's not great.
It was full on. Like, yeah, I'm not proud of it. I didn't like beg or anything. I didn't I didn't go that far, but I kept going on, like just a small glass or just a sip, come on. And yeah, it's just your logic says don't do it, don't ruin your progress. You've done so well, but just everything in your body is screaming out, do it.
Yeah. So I just look at Rabid Game Fan joining us. They have a friend whose streams has to deal with a creep in almost every stream. Look, it's...
Just block them.
Yeah. Cishet white man here who has virtually no problems, and I still have fucking weirdos occasionally. So me playing the game of life on the easiest setting, I am very aware that anyone who has moved the character selection at all from cishet white male has increasing problems, increasing difficulties put in their path. Like even way back, like in my first couple of years on YouTube, I did a video. It was a friend of mine who did the original Angry Aussie theme, which I actually use as the lead into these streams. He had this fun, silly, quirky little song with a female vocalist where he sings, "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" And she sings, "Do you want to be my boyfriend?" And I got a few of my friends to lip sync a video. It was basically for his birthday. It was to do this little video for the song. And one of the people who did some lip syncing was a really attractive woman I knew, who's a YouTuber from Sydney. I think her background is she's from the Philippines. But anyway, so I posted this video, and so I got all these horrifically creepy comments on the video about her because, you know, they thought she was going to see them. And I was like, ew! And so I was just deleting them all. And I messaged her and said, oh my fucking God, these comments. I'm so sorry. Like, I'm deleting all the really gross ones. But if you end up seeing them, I feel really bad because I feel like I'm exposing you to them, and I'm sorry. And she just went, that's my life every single day. And I was like, oh, okay. So I'm getting this momentary exposure where I see about 10% of what you get every single day. And I'm horrified and mortified. And I feel like I've done something terrible to you, but you just go, oh no, that's my life every day. And I was like, oh, that sucks. It's just like, Jesus Christ. And it's kind of like you're aware of something, and in the abstract, you know it's true, and then you get the absolute concrete reality of it, and it's like, ew. That's gross. That's awful. It's just like, ugh. But I probably felt worse because she said, don't worry about it. That's just a normal day for me. And I'm like, ugh, no, that doesn't make me feel better. That makes me feel worse. It's just like, fuck. The internet is just full of really gross guys.
I remember reading this story about this dude. He was a salesman. I don't know what he sold, but he and a colleague who was a woman, they swapped email addresses for a week.
Yeah.
And he got to experience what it was like for her, and she got to experience what it was like for him. She had the best sales week of her entire career, and he found out exactly how hard it was for her every week, and he had to work twice as hard to make half the sales he usually does, because like everyone, and it was not voice calls, it was all over
it was
emails.
text.
It was all over text and emails and online, and the customers were never happy, and they were often disrespectful, and like they would return things, or things wouldn't be right, or they wanted to speak to someone higher up. And he had the worst week of his career.
I've seen
it was
that
1
story.
week.
They challenged when they thought he was she. They challenged every single thing he sent to them.
He had to change the way he worded all his emails. To be less casual and less jokey, and just like like even the way he wrote his emails had to change. And it was incredible. Also, there was a hard pivot on the conversation, and I know why, because Rabid Game Fan just came in and changed the subject inadvertently. But
That's okay.
Yeah,
You
just
can change it back.
Yeah, I just opened up about something that was really difficult for me, and
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, that was really hard for me to do, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know what my point is.
That's okay. You don't.
Maybe I just need some closure.
It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just looking because when I found that video, I just searched on my most viewed videos, and the music video I'm talking about, which I put out on Valentine's Day 14 years ago, 500,000 views. Boyfriend, girlfriend. It's about the same views for the one I showed with the sex education video with the Barbie and the wrestler. I was just watching it going, yeah, I'm going to hell for this. This is just...
I'd be curious to see that video, actually. The
boyfriend, girlfriend one? I'll play it just because it's a fun little pop song. I'll play it. I'm
not in the chat. I'm not blaming a Rabid Game Fan. It could have been changed before you read the before.
Oh yeah,
the post.
That wasn't
I don't know.
an accusatory thing.
Yeah, not at all. I don't know. I just I spilled my guts on a really vulnerable topic, and nothing happened, and I still feel a bit vulnerable. That's all. And it just feels uneasy, you know. I feel a bit.
So
anyway.
this is a bit of a low res video from 2008.
Yeah, well,
it's not 14 years ago.
Jesus.
It's Valentine's Day 15 years ago.
15 years ago. So it's probably 420p.
Yeah, it's so this is going to be a bit of a low res video, honestly.
Grainy as F.
Yeah, grainy AF. So we'll play this because it's a fun little pop song.
How long does it go for?
Just like 4 minutes. So I'll just play it. So that's it. We'll go full screen, and I'll turn my microphone off and we'll play it.
In love or are in love. Do you wanna be my boyfriend?
Yeah, I like to be your boyfriend, cause since the beginning we was like best friends.
Yes, I like to say I do, cause everything about you is right, then it's true.
Yeah, I wanna be your boyfriend, I wanna give you a cuddle when you're feeling down.
Yes, and I won't complain, there's something inside and I can't explain.
Yo, girlfriend, baby,
boyfriend,
baby, okay now, you don't know, it's MSG. I ain't a hard man, I just want some love ting. Cause the love you bring is the love supreme, it's the love of kings, and you can be my queen. Yeah, we can be seen holding hands, cause I'm the man who provide that security. Understand you emotionally, so when you're having that EMT, I'll be there with a cup of tea, rubbing your feet while you watch TV. And when you're free, I'm there to please, so there's no excuse to abuse me, baby. I know I'll be your man, I love you till the end of time. I can't really use that lyrics, it's from another song really, but what the hell, eh?
Do you wanna be my boyfriend?
Yeah, I like to be your boyfriend, cause since the beginning we was like best friends.
Yes, I like to say I do, cause everything about you is right, then it's true.
Yeah, I wanna be your boyfriend, I wanna give you a cuddle when you're feeling down.
Yes, and I won't complain, there's something inside and I can't explain.
Yo, girlfriend, baby,
boyfriend,
baby, okay now, you don't know, it's MSG.
I never thought that you'd be sitting here with me, together in my room watching rental DVDs. We've never ever been this damn close. See how things get when they heat up like toes. But I'm in my own zone, keeping things real if I feel the need to moan and groan. You're stoned. Stop going to that dodgy dealer. So fix up yourself if you wanna be with me. Get a good job to make some money. Go to the gym to tone your body. You don't have to, I'm just being fussy. So listen up, I want a good man. No need to be someone nice. No, I'm not like that. Why did I Do you wanna be my boyfriend?
Yeah, I like to be your boyfriend, cause since the beginning we was like best friends.
Be my girlfriend? Yes, I like to say I do. Cause everything about you is right. So you wanna be my boyfriend?
Yeah, I wanna be your boyfriend. I wanna give you a cuddle when you feeling down.
Be my girlfriend? Yes, and I won't complain. There's something inside and I can't explain.
Yeah, girlfriend. Baby,
Boyfriend.
baby. Okay now, you don't know. It's MSG.
Boyfriend.
We are working class superstars and we be reaching up to the stars. 'Cause we are working class superstars and we be reaching up to the stars.
Oh god, I don't even know if I'm going to get a
What's
content
good?
for playing that actually.
Oh, yeah, for your own video
on?
or the
Yeah,
music.
no, but the music, NSG's music,
Yeah.
that might get me. All that will that probably won't be an actual copyright strike. It'll just be they're going to run ads on your video. Like, dude, no one's going to fucking watch. It's like a multi-hour live stream. No, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
That actually happened last week. I played the AIDSy thing where he used the perfect drug in the thing, and people said,
Oh,
"Is
yeah.
that going to get a content match?" It did. It got a content match. But
Fair
it
enough.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You know, like when I see cocktail necromancer,
Yes.
to me that implies that you're like raising cocktails from the dead.
Yep, that's why I used it. Yes. I'm
Okay,
getting
so
dead
do you like
cocktails.
take dead cocktails and like
Yeah.
revive them or something? Or do you turn
Yeah.
them into undead cocktails?
No, I literally have no idea why I came up with that.
It sounds cool. It's fine. I'm just like,
I also love both you and Heine saying she's like too young. It's like, admittedly, that's 15 years old. She's 15 years
Yeah.
older now. She's way into her 30s now. So,
so yeah, like, yeah. Her back then, she's too young in that for me to say, oh, she's really attractive.
Yeah.
I mean, she is obviously quite attractive.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I can only say that kind of like I don't know how to put that. Like,
Heine,
I'm not attracted to her.
Early 20s. She was early 20s when that video was made. She's well into her 30s now.
If I saw her now and like she's older, I'd probably think, oh, I'd go that.
Yeah.
So,
also, she's a very nice person and phenomenally talented. Although she's just lip syncing in that one, she did a lot of her own original music. She's
lip syncing is harder than it looks. To do it properly, it's an actual skill to lip sync convincingly.
The dude who was doing the weird stuff with the hat and he had something over his teeth, that's Fletcher, who actually comes on the streams occasionally.
Okay.
From Facebook. So it's funny that I played that tonight on a night Fletcher's not actually here, because Fletcher does actually come on the streams occasionally. I think he would probably laugh hilariously if he would just go, Jesus Christ, I did that weird shit 15 years ago. I was just looking at myself. I'm not in it very much, but there's a few shots that I'm in. And I'm like, yeah, that's me 15 years ago. God,
you looked very much younger back
15
then.
years younger.
Well, how old were you?
Because I was still coloring my beard and hair. It's the whole thing. If I, for whatever reason, wanted to be a peer, because people are very much taken in by visual cues. If I wanted to appear much younger, I would shave my beard and dye my hair dark, and people would automatically be sucked into thinking I was somewhere.
You got to do it. You got to do it one time. You just to do it.
we came up with a thing in a stream recently that if I get bored and do it, I need to actually make, just before I shave and cut my hair and dye my hair, I have to record some stuff so I can have a video of me from the past talking to me from the future, because I would literally look 10 or 15 years younger if I shaved my beard and dyed my hair.
Yeah. Jimmy
So
Kimmel.
I could make a whole
that.
series of video of me from the past talking to me from the future.
Yeah. Jimmy Kimmel did, like, he recently had his 20th anniversary show, and he did that, but he did a deep fake of himself as younger.
Oh, wow.
On 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was pretty funny, I guess.
Yeah.
But this would be awesome. This would rock.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Heine, and here's the thing, this is possibly the number of drinks I had. I've forgotten her real name. God, what was her YouTube name? God, I'm maybe forgetting her YouTube name. But she was about 22 when that
was
video
she
was
in
done.
The credits? There were credits at the end.
All right, let me check something. Ugh. Let me check something. NSG, who is still Nikki, that was her real name. Baby Porridge. I knew Baby was somewhere in her YouTube name. Her YouTube channel was called Baby Porridge. Nikki was her real name. And Frederick was a guy who did these comedy things where he used a filter that made his eyes really big, and he was doing a lot of lip syncing in it. And Fletcher was in there as well. Nikki is someone who I was lucky enough to hang out with in real life as well. So the last video Nikki posted was 5 years ago. Then there was one from 7 years ago, one from 8 years ago, and then there was a couple from 9 years ago, and a couple from 10 years ago. Quite a few from 10 years ago. So Nikki hasn't been active on YouTube for... She wasn't... She stopped being really active 9 years ago. But yeah, I did actually get to hang out with Nikki. And she's an incredibly talented person. Even though she's just lip syncing in that one, she was a really talented vocalist. She was a very good singer. She was OG YouTube. She was on YouTube in the first couple of years of YouTube.
Cool.
Hence, she's on my video from 15 years ago. And oh my God, I stayed up so late because I wanted that video to be live for Valentine's Day. And I had a couple of problems with the editing. I think I stayed up till like 3 a.m. trying to fix the editing problems just so the fucking thing would be live on Valentine's Day. Ugh. YouTube, it's so stressful. So I'm looking at, so if I go back, looking at my most popular videos, and my most viewed videos are absolutely clickbait. My most viewed videos, no, I was shameless with the clickbait. My most viewed video, 6.7 million views.
Damn.
Where I talk about a news story where a crocodile was eating a shark. And Attack of the Ninja.
I remember that happening.
Yeah. No, that was real. There was...
yeah.
And because I got to do a thing where it's like, here's an actual photo. This is a real thing someone got of a crocodile eating a shark. And I think I came up with a sequence. Australia is so weird because here's a thing of a spider eating a snake and a snake eating a crocodile and a shark eating her. And so it's like, so you could be getting eaten by a snake, which is being eaten by a spider, which is being eaten by a crocodile, which is being eaten by a shark. And that's just Australia. I had that graphic sex education video I put on has been viewed over 4 million times. That's just ridiculous that's being viewed over being viewed over 4 million times. And another fun one, because there was a lesbian kiss in Neighbours that they ended up censoring, and then there was this protest. It was like a queer kissing thing in Federation Square, and so it's headed "Censored Lesbian Kiss Protest." That's 3.5 million views. And what was funny is one of the women who's in the thumbnail contacted me and said, "Okay, it's actually super fucking weird that this thing on the most viewed YouTube thing is me kissing my girlfriend." And I was like, "Oh God, is it weird? I'll take it down if it's weird." And she's like, "No, we were making a point. That's okay." And I was like, "Okay." And honestly, what I wanted, I was going to do it, but no one was up for it. I was going to get a gay dude to like do a dip and kiss with me at the end of the video. But I don't know. They had standards and they weren't into it. I don't know. They wouldn't kiss me, which is fine. What's that? Oh, look, yes, my campaign advice for John McCain, 2.5 million views, where I say John McCain should stop trying to smile because he's incredibly... That John McCain was running against Obama in the presidential elections in the US. And I was like, John McCain should stop trying to smile because he's scary and he looks like a fucking zombie that's going to eat your soul.
That's weird.
And the things that have been weird, like they're all about sex. All the most viewed ones are about sex. This one, I'm trying to remember what this one was. It's about 2.5 minutes long. It's titled, "I'm Not Having Sex With You." And I think it was something that like millennials had a higher rate of sexually transmitted infections than Gen X. And I was like, okay, all you weird, gross, diseased millennials can stop trying to have sex with me because I'm not going to do it because you're all diseased. And I used an image that was from a European STI thing where there's like a spider being intimate with a woman, and it was trying to communicate the idea that people had bugs in there. It was and there was one with a dude and one with a woman of like a spider on, and it was like, it's just strange. It is just very strange. But all my most viewed fucking YouTube videos have sexual innuendo in them, really. But that's YouTube ultimately. It's all about sexual innuendo. Heine's asking, do I remember Miss Kicks? Dude, I met so many people over the last, was it 17 years I've been on YouTube? I don't remember everyone. It's very weird. Mrs. Angry and I are about to have our 18th anniversary. So our relationship is legally allowed to drink in pubs now. So we have booked into a place I like for around our anniversary, and they had a whole thing when you're booking in online, is this a special event? And I've gone, yes, anniversary, because it's like, give us free shit, okay? We're coming to your venue for an anniversary, so I don't know, give us free drink. What I'm hoping, we've been to this place a couple of times, the guy who runs it is very interesting, and okay, this is super weird. Try and put it. This is a Pom who has opened a restaurant in Melbourne, but he's very influenced by time he spent in Mexico and South America. So his restaurant is very influenced by South American food and drinks. And we were having a good time the first time we went there. The food was really yummy. We had a couple of cocktails, and then we were talking to the waitress like, oh, this is good. Do you have anything else? And she went, oh, you should talk to, the guy who runs the place, Ivan. And he's like, okay, bring him over. And he sat down with us and we talked. And he's like, oh, yeah, blah, 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 you like this. And so he made us an off-menu cocktail that was really good. And then he was like, okay, you guys are cool. You guys know shit. You guys appreciate. And so he brought up this bottle of stuff. And he goes, okay, because when you think of like if you know Mexican spirits, you think tequila and maybe mezcal, if you know stuff well. And he's going, there's actually all these other ones. And he brought this bottle of stuff that's called Sotol that I'd never heard of. He's going, this is a different Mexican agave spirit. It's made in different parts of Mexico. And he was just pouring us drinks of this. And we're all sitting at the table going, yummy. And basically we're just getting shit-faced with the dude who runs this thing. So I'm really hoping he's there when we go there, not this weekend, but next weekend for our anniversary. And just say like, oh, good, you're here. It's our anniversary. You should do us something special because we deserve it. And so that's what I'm hoping for. But last time we went there, he wasn't there. He was actually on a holiday, and he was probably going to South America to find some other stuff and whatnot. But so that's where we're going next weekend. So I am probably doing a Saturday night stream because Mrs. Anger and I aren't planning to go out on Saturday. We are planning to have dinner together, like probably a takeaway from a place we like. But so there is probably going to be a Saturday night stream. We'll see how that goes, which probably means I'm going to spend a lot of Saturday sleeping because, okay, we're coming up on 11:30 p.m. now.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to spend a lot of Saturday sleeping whenever we go, but might be a Saturday night stream. We'll see. If there is, it won't go as late as this. It might go past. Sorry, excuse me. It might go past 10, but it's not going to go this late. And I mean, I'm still.
Is this your way of saying you're logging off now?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine at the moment.
Okay.
I'm still going. So it was fun. Heine saying, do I remember X person I collabed with me? Dude, I collabed with like 50 people over the last 16, 17 years I've been on YouTube. I occasionally get comments on really old videos where people go, blah, 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 and they're referring to something in the video, like they expect me to get it. And I always reply, dude, do you get that's a 15-year-old video? I've got no fucking idea what I said.
I just happened to find a 10-year-old photo of me.
Yeah.
And I'd do me from 10 years ago.
That's fair.
Like, wow. Can I share this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm going to
put it on Discord or something.
Yeah, if you want.
Or you can share it here. I don't know. Whatever's the easiest thing.
I'll if I can share it from
yes,
here.
Heine, by all means. Heine's trying to get me to remember who this person is. Add to stream. Oh yeah, Hort.
Oh, that's cool.
Hort, yes.
Check me out from 10 years ago.
Absolutely.
You're cool.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Absolutely.
This
is
before I had fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue.
So
and it shows.
You're smiling more.
I'm not overweight and I'm smiling.
Yeah.
And yeah. Like
that's a nice photo.
It is, isn't it? It's a bathroom selfie, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. That's what it
but
like, yeah.
Damn.
That's
okay.
Good. Yeah. Well, that's what I did. Like, I just fucking shared something from 15 years ago, and it's like, oh, I look so young. That's unsettling.
Yep.
And
I had short hair.
Find the collab with this Miss Kicks. Again, maybe I genuinely don't remember who that is. I've done too many collabs with too many people. I referenced in a stream a while ago because with AZ having died, it's like, okay, that's one more dead person in my videos. A few years ago, I counted how many dead people were in my videos, and it was a little disconcerting. There is a disconcerting number of dead people in my videos. I think it might be up to about 10 people. I was not game to... Off the top of my head, I can think of 4 or 5, and I know there's more than that. I don't want to think about too much. But that's just the passage of time. There's like 17 years of YouTube videos. June, I think my 17th anniversary on YouTube's in about June, somewhere between April and June. It's surreal because like people who I interacted with who were teenagers are now in their fucking 30s. And that's just weird. That is just absolutely weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. Look, and I'm okay with how old I am. It's how old other people are that freaks me out.
My dad's old.
Yes, your dad's old. I get that.
Yeah, my dad's 75 now.
Okay. Thanks, Pat. That's actually genuinely old. I was worried you were going to say your dad's age and it was going to be about my age, but that's actually much older than me. So thank you for making me feel a little bit better. Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's just randomly occasionally like, and it happens on the live streams occasionally. Someone will come and go, "Oh man, you're still here. I watched you when I was in high school." And I was like, "Cool. How old are you now?" And they go, "I'm 30." And I'm like, "Oh, fucking hell." Jesus.
Hey, he's old. He's old.
It's just like people who were interacting with me when they were teenagers who are now in their 30s, and I'm just like, "Oh, fuck off. Jesus, what the hell?" That's too much. That's too much, man. It's way too much. And that's always the thing. And it's kind of like and yes, sorry, Abigail, I just got your message on in Discord. The answer is yes, I'll organize that for you.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
I've also dropped a couple of memes.
Memes are
on
good.
your meme
I love
channel.
memes. Yeah. I've seen a couple of good ones the last couple of days. So I know Heine disappeared as like 5 minutes ago. He's trying to find this collab with Miss Kicks. I'm sure she sounds awesome. And but my brain is just, you know what? It's 11:30 on a Friday night. I have had more than one alcoholic beverage tonight. Heine said, sorry, is that recent? She asked if you do videography for her, so he responded. Again, sorry, all these weird random things that I probably shouldn't say out loud because they're a bit questionable that have come up over the years. So just with you saying that, and it's like, oof. Oh, today. She said that today. Now I'm fucking interested. Someone I collaborated with only 2 years ago, you're saying 2021. Okay. See, dude, sorry, Friday night, I've had, like I said, more than one alcoholic beverage. Maybe it's only 2. Maybe it's more than 2. Who's to say? No, Pat, am I? No.
Yes, you're not drunk, man.
I'm willing to admit I've had more than one alcoholic beverage. Yo, Pat thinks more than
You
two.
did too.
Okay.
I saw that.
All right. More than two. Okay, so okay, now I'm intrigued. Is that God, I'm trying to think, who have I done shit with in the last couple of years? Because the last couple of years, because of COVID, it's a limited number of people I've done stuff with. And my ability to focus on literally anything at the moment is a bit limited. Okay. Oh, no, Timia Kiss. Yes. No, I know who you're talking about now. Heine, I know who you're talking about. Timia Kiss is one of the screen names she uses. Yes. No, I literally know who you're talking about now. And again, she is a really cool person. She literally came to my place. We did a cocktail video where we did the shaking the thing together. And it's like literally someone who's, I don't know how old she is. I think she's actually older than she looks, but it's like the two of us, me and her, doing cocktail shaking together. But it was here under the supervision of Mrs. Angry, all legit, nothing sus. What was the Australian comedy thing where they had the sketch series where they went nothing sus?
I don't remember that one.
Weird.
It was from a little while ago where they would basically be doing ads where it's something that sounded a bit ambiguous and they'd just go nothing sus. And you just know when someone says nothing sus, something is sus. Yes, Heine, it is. Timmy, no, she's cool. I really like her. She's a really nice person. And yeah, she came over here and we made some cocktails and we actually did it in the backyard. And yeah, no, she's really cool. I like her. She's really cool. And again, I'm not Leonardo DiCaprio. She's not 19. Jesus. But again, yes, it was all done above board here in the house, and Mrs. Angry is about. No, Heine, she didn't change into a swimsuit. We were just here in the backyard making cocktails. Which again, I feel like that's normal, isn't it? Making cocktails in your backyard. That seems normal.
How do you change someone into a swimsuit?
I know. It's like no.
I don't know.
Yeah, like do you scoop out their insides and turn their skin into a swimsuit, or do you use magic or someone to physically morph them into a skin's? I don't get it.
There was a webcomic like that with it's like a woman playing online games and because she's using voice on playing a shoot 'em up game, and some dickhead on the thing says oh, make me a sandwich, and she goes okay, and she steps away and calls upon the arcane powers, and the guy turns into a sandwich, and she's going, it's weird that the guys keep asking for that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh God, I love literalist humor.
Yeah, literalist humor thing. But yes, honestly, Heine, say hi to Timia for me. She's a very cool person. I very much enjoyed hanging out with her. She's cool. But yeah, it was a whole thing. Because she has the whole Insta thing, so he did a whole bunch of. Mrs. Angry actually took the photos where we're shaking the cocktail shakers for the whole thing. But no, she's cool. And that's the whole thing. I had this whole plan when I started the cocktail channel for my various friends, my YouTube friends and online friends, to come over and shoot videos for my cocktail channel, and then COVID happened. But Abigail, you've done a couple videos for my cocktail channel. We've done nerd themed stuff. Timmy did one. A couple other people have done stuff, but I probably need to do more now because we're all
Keen to
pretending
collab again
COVID's not
if
real.
Even
though
keen to collab again if you'd like.
Yes, I think we should. We should come up with some other really nerdy cocktail thing to do. Particularly with the shorts now, because we can do weird throwaway shorts. Shorts are very popular on YouTube now. YouTube trying to compete with TikTok. So I make a lot of. I do like 4 or 5 shorts a week on YouTube at the moment. So you can just do really throwaway ideas on that. Heine, good question. I don't remember what drink it was we made because it was actually a couple years ago. It was probably 2 years ago. I don't remember. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to try and find it. Okay, my channel. Angry Cocktails. Videos. Come on. Where's the search thing? Sorry, I'm going to try something here. Oh, that's interesting. That appears like short answer, no. All right, that's quite interesting. Okay, I am going to try and see what YouTube this brings up. I'm just going in, what am I logged into in different browsers? Ugh, that's useless. All right, no, this is too much. Like my brain, at this point, I'm not going to be able to process this. The short answer is I don't remember. Oh, sorry. Heine found it on Discord. Sorry, while I was busy searching, Heine just went and found it. General. Oh, it was the sugar syrup one. Oh, yes. With Timia, I did 4 daiquiris with different sugar syrups. So a daiquiri is a beautiful, simple syrup, a simple cocktail. It's rum, lime juice, and sugar syrup. And I made it with 4 sugar syrups, and we kind of blind tasted it and decided which one we liked the most. I mean, I could show it. Let's do it. Honestly, we could do with a break for a couple minutes. Let me make this happen. All right. I've got it. No, okay, it's 10 minutes. I don't think we want to do a 10-minute video. Unless we do. Do you want to have a break for 10 minutes?
Yeah, I know this.
Yeah, right. Pat wants to have a rest for 10 minutes. All right. I'll put this on. All right. Oh, I don't know. I'll have another toilet break. I don't care. So, okay, if I share this and, okay, so this is a 10-minute video. We'll do that. All right, there it is, full screen. This is before, okay, how long ago is this? Sorry, I'm just looking at
those glasses. Wow.
I know that's those are
black.
very,
and that hairpiece. What is going on with that hairpiece?
All right, this is 2 years ago. This is before my hair had fully grown out.
What's with the hairpiece?
Yeah, I know, right? That's before my hair had fully grown out.
That's Shatner's hairpiece right there.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look real. It does not look real. All right, so this is actually from almost 2 years ago. This is from May 2021. So, All right, I'm going to have a toilet break. We'll play this. G'day, cocktail lovers. Glad to have you back. And hey, exciting change, variation. Got my friend Tamaya here today. How are you?
Hi, I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Good, good. We've known each other through making YouTube videos locally, and I said, hey, who wants to collaborate? And Tamaya said, me. And I said, do you want to have some cocktails? And she said, yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we're day drinking and thought, do it in the backyard because it's relatively nice weather. Early, so it's mid-autumn here, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Getting a little
yeah.
little taste of winter, but it's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll hear the sounds of nature. Hopefully not my neighbour's lawnmower again. We've had 2 false starts. It was terrible. But yes, I'm also going casual, you'll notice, because it's casual. It's backyard drinking. We're doing this. And I thought I want to do something where we could basically have a conversation. So we're going to do some comparisons. I make a lot of different sugar syrups, and once you mix them in, I'm not always sure how much difference they make. People say, oh no, it's a big difference, but I've never done a test. So I thought I'm going to make a nice simple cocktail, a daiquiri, nice rum daiquiri, and I'm going to make 4 versions of it with 4 different sugar syrups. Now I've made, this is just a standard sugar syrup, half water, half sugar. This is a banana syrup I made.
Ooh.
Yeah, if you put sugar on top of a banana, it leaches all the water out of the banana peel.
Wow.
And so that's where all the liquid comes from, banana. So that's a banana. This one is a honey syrup, half honey, half water.
Nice.
And this one is a complicated one I made. This is a milk clarified sweet and sour. So bless you, my neighbour. Okay, I don't know if the microphone just picked up that massive sneeze, but so we're going to make a simple daiquiri with white rum, lime, and sugar.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
I've not had a drink in ages, actually.
There you go.
Yeah.
See, we've all been repressed with these lockdowns, so we can get out and about with the birds. And so we're going to make it. It's pretty simple. I'm just going to use a white rum. You can use, people sometimes use gold rums or other H rums. This is a white rum. This is from Queensland, in fact.
Okay.
The Beanley Distillery is Australia's oldest rum distillery, I think.
Oh.
Bundy is better known, but Beanley is actually an older distillery.
Okay.
So I'm going to use this white rum, lime juice, the big thing of lime juice I squeezed earlier, and the sugar syrups. So just realised, cocktail shaker. I might get you to hold that, actually, Smash.
Alrighty.
So here we have our jigger where we measure.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty straightforward. The base thing is going to be 2 ounces, 60 mils of rum. And we'll put that down. And it's going to be 1 ounce, 30 mils of lime juice. And half an ounce of the sugar syrup. So I'm just going to make this one on camera once. And then we'll make some others. Tamia and I will shake them, and then we're going to do the tasting. So
that's the best part.
That's the best part. We've got to build up to that. Yeah. So half an ounce, 15 mils of sugar syrup.
Yeah.
And so a little bit of ice. Oh, sorry, that just splashed.
No, it didn't get me.
Physics came into effect there, and it splashed everywhere. And
I can smell it.
Yeah.
It's very potent.
Yes. It's a nice aroma, a bit of the rum and the tropical. So we just put this one together. I'll give you the Parisian. This is my catchphrase. I say bang it in hard. I'm always going for innuendo and thinking bang it in hard. And this is pretty easy. You just got to shake these for 10 seconds. So magic of editing, Tamia and I are going to make 4 of these, and then we're going to come back and taste them. Okay, shaking it like a Polaroid picture.
Some more shaking.
Some more shaking.
That's how James Bond has his drinks.
Oh, that's a whole different conversation about how you shouldn't actually do that.
Oh, okay.
For a martini, we can do another one about shaken versus stirred drinks. James Bond was an idiot, is what I'm saying. So he didn't know what he was talking. Or Ian Fleming, who wrote James Bond, didn't know what he was talking about.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think he just made it up. But, yes. So if you're new to cocktail shaking, you may experience what Tamia is getting, that the Brazilian shaker, or even the other one, Boston shaker, gets stuck when it expands and gets cold. It's just a practice thing, getting it ready. So pouring the last of our cocktails.
I always thought it was like hot things that expand when they heat up, not cold things. I thought it was the opposite.
Okay, Tamaya just pointed out that my science is completely wrong. Yes, it contracts. You are absolutely right. It contracts, and so it basically forms a vacuum. It forms a seal, and so you have to work to break the seal. So yeah. All right, but we are done. We've done some shaking. Now, this one. This is our daiquiri. This is with my standard sugar syrup. So
cheers.
Cheers. Not using fancy glassware, but we're just tasting.
Should we scull it or just taste a little bit?
I think sip, taste, and then knock it back.
Okay.
Oh, I do love a daiquiri.
That's really nice. Yeah.
Really simple. 3 ingredients: rum, lime, and sugar. That's just.
It's so good. Like it's actually so good.
Yeah, no, it's a really good drink. There's
really
a reason this has been around for 100 years. So I was like, yeah, okay, knock it back. This is going to catch up with us in half an hour.
Okay, yeah, wow, we're going to be wasted.
Okay, so that was with the plain sugar syrup. This is with the banana syrup.
Okay.
So I want to see if you think this tastes different. So.
Okay. It's a little different.
Subtly different.
Yeah, I don't know how it doesn't taste anything like banana.
No, I'm not tasting banana either.
It just tastes slightly different, but I don't know how.
Yeah, it's again, it's good. It's my resident magpie, Jessie, saying hello. Hi, Jessie. How you doing? She wants us. I think she wants us to feed her, but we're drinking, Jessie. I'm sorry. So, cheers.
Cheers.
Okay. Now this one. Yeah, I know. You're lucky I didn't break out the overproof rum. I've got some really strong rums in there.
Ooh.
This is a standard one.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is honey syrup.
I can smell the honey.
You can smell the honey?
Yeah.
Okay, have a little sippy sip. It is different again, isn't it?
It's a lot stronger.
You think like the honey's made it seem stronger?
I think
Or
so.
do you think the honey flavour is coming through more?
Let me just taste it again.
Yeah, another taste.
Sure.
Another taste.
I don't know. It doesn't taste as much like honey like it smells.
But it's more on the nose, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's good. Okay. Kids, don't binge drink, okay?
Yeah, no,
We're not.
Don't try this at home.
It's not that much because we're just doing half measures each, so it's not that much. So the final one, ran out of little glasses. We've got different glassware for this one. This is with my milk clarified sweet and sour mix. This is just a concoction that took me a couple of days to make because sometimes I get obsessive like that. So
it's not vegan then, if it's got milk in it.
it is. Are you vegan?
Like most of the time.
I should have asked. That's it.
Like I can have non-vegan foods occasionally.
Okay. It has
but,
whey in it. It's been separated into the curds and whey, so it actually does have milk in it.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
I won't
I'm
hold
okay.
it against you. No?
No, it's totally fine.
Okay.
Like
I should have asked. Oh my God, what sort of animal doesn't ask these things? Oh,
That's right.
yes, but it does have milk in it. So we'll try this one now.
We didn't cheers.
Cheers. Ooh.
This one tastes about the same as the last one, but I think my favorite one was still the first one.
The first one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was just straight sugar syrup. Yeah.
The daiquiri.
Yeah.
That was my favorite
Yeah.
so far. Yeah.
All right. But yeah, it's interesting. There's definitely a difference between the different syrups, but it's not huge because you're putting rum in, and we're putting a couple of shots of rum in this.
Yeah.
So it definitely makes a difference. There's no two ways about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining. I think so your YouTube channel, Tamaya, how can people find you?
Well, are you going to put the link in the description?
Yeah, there will be a link in the description, but explain a bit about your channel.
It's a music channel at the moment. Like it was a bit random at first, and now I've sort of found my niche in music. So I've just been writing my own songs and performing them, and I'm kind of in between instruments. I used to be more of a keyboard player.
Yeah.
Now I'm sort of learning the guitar.
Okay.
So it's
Nice.
going in a good direction.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. So for a bit of original music and entertainment from Tamaya, there will be a link in the description. And yes, I hope you enjoyed this. Doing something a little bit different.
and let me know if you want to see more. I have other people who could come and drink in my backyard. We could have a party here once. Have me run a bar at a party and see what people want.
Yeah.
But Jesse's signing off as well. So hey, if you're not already subscribed, you know what to do. Subscribe, like, comment, all those good things. Share, tell your friends, blackmail your family, all these things.
Yeah.
And I hope to see you again soon. But in the meantime, look after yourself, look after people around you. And from the both of us, cheers.
Cheers.
That was quite fun. That's
cool.
I should get Tamaya back if she's up for it, because that was nearly 2 years ago that we did that. Just hanging out in the backyard drinking.
Can I be wrong on the internet?
Oh yeah, do it, because I was just wrong on the internet. So
no. I don't mean like wrong about a fact or something.
Yeah.
I mean wrong as a person.
Yeah.
Nipples. And that's all I'm going to say. And we were all thinking it. I was just the only one brave enough to say it. And I am a lesbian.
I poured myself a martini while that was playing. I'm just going to quietly drink my martini and not comment.
Yeah, good call. Yeah. Yeah. So I enjoyed that video.
Yeah.
She looked a bit awkward, actually.
Yeah, but yeah, no, she's a good person. I like Tamaya, and that's just me. And because Heine, because she's talking to you about doing some stuff, I feel like now I'm not even sure if she's still in Melbourne, but I think I should get Tamaya to come back for another video, because that was like 2 years ago. And seriously, just pre-COVID, I was all set to do my cocktail channel just pre-COVID, and a whole bunch of my YouTube friends were like, yeah, I'll come over and do shit. And then fucking COVID happened, and it was just like, fuck this shit. So I should actually reach out to a couple of my old YouTube friends and say, look, seriously, 3 years ago, you said you'd come over and do some shit with me. We should do it again. But yes, that was fun revisiting that thing from 2 years ago. Yeah, because I guess I was putting Tamaya out of a comfort zone, because you could see a couple times she was drinking something and going, "Oh God damn it, that's strong." you could see it on her face.
That.
Yeah, Pat, you agree. You
that.
could see it a couple times. She sips something and goes, "Oh God damn,
that. You did that. You did that."
So I just posted a meme on Discord, and this is an actual meme. Sorry, an actual screenshot. You know how Futurama had little funny quotes at the start of each episode?
Yes.
And Futurama was a show from the early noughties, 20 years ago.
The various episodes were 10, 20 years ago, yes.
So open up Discord.
Yeah,
and I want you to see this.
I'll put that on screen.
Because this is fucking... It blew my mind when I saw this.
So
what?
What this one says is time travel to the year 2020 is strictly prohibited. Basically, everything they put that 10 years before 2020, but we know everything went to shit in 2020.
Yeah.
And that would be why time travel is banned, because everything went to shit in 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing. That's a whole thing. God damn. Sorry, but just like about 20 thoughts went through my head in half a second there. And it's like, oh, I could try and communicate what made me just start giggling then, but it's like, it's too complicated. It's just like, just accept everything in my head is going into very weird places, and we'll just leave it at that. And that was a combination of everyone who's here now, Futurama, honestly, Tamaya, who we were just watching in a video, and it was just a whole bunch of weird thoughts just cascaded through my head. And it's so complicated and impossible to communicate. We'll just leave it. We'll just say weird shit just happened in my head that made me giggle a bit. But anyway, I also poured myself a martini while that video was playing. So, Look at you, Pat. It's like
It's
Pat wants
free.
to come around to my place
It's
and have
free.
martinis. Yeah,
It's free.
it is. Sorry. Again, this is a fun thing. For anyone who doesn't know, Pat and me and his mate Rob have had a couple of, let's call them misadventures over the last 10 years. When Pat and Rob have come to Melbourne and we've done a whole bunch of weird shit. Sometimes it's just been for
And
YouTube
Rachel.
lead up. White Knight. Do you remember
And
White
Rachel.
Knight, Pat? We did some mad shit in White Knight.
Yeah, I know.
I know. We oh my God. Again, I don't know if I can communicate it. This is the thing that happened a while back in Melbourne, where it was like an all-night art installation, video projections, light shows, and I think it was like 2 years in a row we caught up, and Aidsy was there, and Pat was there, and his mate Rob was there, and a few other YouTubers were there, and we just went.
And Rachel.
And Rachel came one time, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Three
But we
times.
went all over Melbourne. We went to the exhibition centre in Carlton, the State Library in Melbourne, and the different buildings that had shit projected on them.
And the art in the wall.
Yeah, all the art, all the video art that was projected on buildings. Oh God, I'm thinking about video. Okay, I'm thinking about videos. There's some weird shit on my YouTube channel. Let me see. I'm gonna look up, search across my channel. If I go White Knight. Nope. 2014. Jesus Christ. All right. 2014. That's from a few fucking years ago. Okay, this is only 4.5 minutes. Do we want to take it easy? I'll play. This is a 4.5 minute video of White Knight from 9 years ago. There's probably some weird shit in this video. Let's do it. We'll take it easy for a few minutes. Oh, neat. Heine's saying I met his aunt one night at White. I met his aunt at White Knight. He introduced us. Cool. I literally don't remember anything. Look, let's do this. Okay, so this is White Knight. We can all go away. I'll just put this up. I'm going to turn my microphone off.
Oh, you're going to see me there.
Yeah, okay. We'll take a break. Where are we? I'm trying to work out which fucking tab it's on. This one. Okay, full screen.
Hey viewers, here I am in Melbourne's White Knight Festival. There's usually not this many people on the street, and they're all around, and this is just early days. Probably going to get more crowded as the night goes on.
Oh, sorry. I just fucking laughed so much at that thing of AIDS here.
Yeah, I saw that. Cool.
Oh my god.
That's cool.
The size of those crowds gives me anxiety.
Oh, it was crushing. It
was
just
post COVID, those crowd sizes just gives me anxiety. And that was the thing, Pat, you might remember after the first year where the crowd crush got freaky, we learned second year we hung out on the lawn at the state library, and as the crowd got bigger, then we just moved and we found a way to move around the periphery and not be on the middle of the crowd. Yeah. So but that fucking crowd crush, I was having
it was
anxiety.
the worst. Yeah.
And that was year one of White Night, and where people thought, hey, being in a crush of hundreds of thousands of people is cool. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Me. No way.
We learned the second year. We had a few like YouTubers. We met on the lawn of the state library, and as the crowd got bigger, we went, yeah, okay, what we're doing now is we're going to fuck off to the periphery. We're going to go up to Carlton, the exhibition center, which is the absolute edge of this thing. And most people would leave at midnight or post midnight. So it was a bit more manageable after midnight. But that video, that was like the first year. You saw the crush of that crowd. How many fucking people were there?
I was in that crowd.
Oofed.
I was in that crowd, and it was the worst. I hated it.
It was nightmarish. It was what it throws back to. I was in Sydney when I lived in Sydney. Two things happened. One was the night when they announced who would host the 2000 Olympics, when there was a massive crowd down at Circular Quay. I fucking stayed at home because I wanted nothing to do with it. And yes, Sydney got the 2000 Olympics. They went mental. And there was another thing where they closed off the Harbour Bridge and said people could walk across it. And I went, this sounds like a nightmare. Too many people are going to be there. I'm going to stay at home. And yes, 100,000 people were on the Sydney Harbour Bridge. And I was like, yes, I am vindicated. This was a bad idea. I'm so glad I am not there. So when I was in Sydney, those were two things I was really glad I missed. Well, everyone was walking over the Harbour Bridge and being on the Opera House foreshore for the announcement of who was going to host the 2020 Olympics. Those were both nightmarish, and I knew they would be. But then again, White Night was a new thing. And you saw those things where I was doing the sweep, the 360 sweep around. I was just in the most freaky crowd. There are other videos of me and Aidsy incredibly slowly working our way through a crowd of people because you couldn't move faster than a slow walking pace. And everyone was all around you. And it was like, this is a bit fucking intense right now. And I was like, oofed. And I still remember sort of post midnight, like 1 or 2, 3 a.m., people who had like a kid, a baby, a toddler in a stroller. And I was just thinking, what the fuck are you doing? Why have you got... And again, because even though that was quite a few years ago, I was just thinking, yeah, you think it's cool you've got your kid in a stroller or whatever post midnight. Your entire weekend is fucked now. You are here on a Friday night. You have fucked up your baby or toddler's sleep schedule. Your entire weekend is fucked now. And I know that from experience. If you let kids, babies, toddlers do shit outside the normal realm, you pay for it. You pay for it for a couple of days. And it's like, geez, there is like literally shit with videos I shot, and it's 2 or 3 in the morning, and people have strollers and are pushing babies or toddlers around, and it's like, yep, you're going to pay for that. You are absolutely going to pay for that. It's fucked up. Safi, you've walked the Harbour Bridge. I've never walked the Harbour Bridge because it always seemed a nightmare to me. Anytime they said, here's the whole thing where you can walk the Harbour Bridge, I was going, about 1 million people are going to show up to do that, and I don't want to do it. And I was right every time. Every time I went, that's a bad idea. I don't want to do that. I
biked, rode my bike the entire length back and forward of Eastlink.
Oh,
before
Jesus
it opened.
Christ. Okay.
Before it opened, about a week before it opened.
Yeah.
Bike riders were given the opportunity, and we made a day of it. And Bicycle Victoria and a whole thousands of people came, and there was 3 versions. There was a short version, a medium version, and then there was the full length version.
Yeah,
I did the full length version and
god damn, yeah.
Yep, because I mean, you might have noticed from that 10-year-old photo of me, I used to be super fit.
Yeah,
I used to bike ride, and I used to run, and I used to do martial arts, and no push bike. I had a mountain bike, but no, not a motorbike. I used to do lots of physical stuff, and I used to be super fit, and I did shit like that, and I didn't do any specific training for it, just my regular stuff. I just biked a lot, and it was a fun afternoon. It was a full day. It took full hour, hours. But yeah, it was. I have ridden my bike on Eastlink.
That's pretty. That's pretty full on.
Thank you.
That is pretty full on. I'm trying to think of similar things, and I'm also I love Safa saying, "I thought you meant motorbike."
Yeah, that's why I reiterated. I saw Safa's comment.
It was push bike. I love that. It's Dr. Abigail on a chopper going up the east.
Not Harley.
I don't remember, Safa.
Oh yeah. See, Safa, this is the thing. Once we get old, and you try when did that happen? It's I don't remember. I don't know. It's
I don't know. Yeah, it was a while ago.
Anyone who wants to ask me anything, I'm like, you know what? Everything since the 80s is a fucking blur. Literally, something was between last week and 30 years ago, and I don't remember. I don't remember which it was.
I think it was about 13, 14 years ago, maybe even 15 years ago.
What was fun is since AZ's passing, that I've mentioned this a couple of times. It's kind of like there are 3 circles of AZ people. There are the uni people, the theatre media people, which is the course AZ and I both did, which is where we first met. So it's the uni performing people, and then there are the comedy people when AZ got into stand-up comedy, and then there are the YouTube people, which came after that. And I am kind of the bridge, because I go from the uni theatre media people, bridging through the comedy to the YouTube people. So I'm across the whole thing. And when people say, "Hey, we should do a thing because we're related like this," and I'm like, I don't understand. It's too big a thing, because I knew AZ in the late 80s. Some people knew AZ in the 90s. Some people knew him in the noughties. Some people who knew him through YouTube, which is the last, 15, 16 years we were doing shit on YouTube. And so I'm this weird amorphous thing that crosses all the barriers, and people say, "Oh, where do you know AZ from this?" And I'm like, "I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm just I can't process. Did something happen last year? Did it happen 5 years ago? Did it happen 30 years ago? I don't know. I don't understand. I have given up trying to understand what the Newtonian process of time is." And it's just
it's not Newtonian, it's Einsteinian. That's
sorry, I meant you Einsteinian. Thank you, Dr. Abigail.
It is Einsteinian
You're
time
welcome.
progression.
Yep,
Thank
it's
you.
relativity. It's not
I
Newtonian at all.
fucking
In
keep
fact,
you on board just to help me understand where I am in the whole thing.
and
there are
Safa,
people-
dead on. COVID has made time meaningless.
Thank you, COVID. Yes, Safa. Everything happened both 5 minutes ago and an hour ago and a year ago and 20 years ago. And I honestly, I can't tell you where things are. Like we've been doing, we are right on the cusp of when I decide, like when we are right on the cusp of 3 years ago, it was COVID was declared to be a global emergency. And I thought, you know what? I think we're all fucked, and we need to just hang out and do solidarity with one another. So it was about 3 years ago that I started doing the live streams as an attempt to maintain sanity, and where we just hung out and we chilled, and it's just like, you know what? Everything's fucking weird, but that's okay. That's okay. We're just going to hang out together and try and maintain sanity. And it's really funny because Dr. Abigail, I've known you heaps longer than that. Pat, I've known you heaps longer than that. Safa, I've known you longer than that. But it's just like about 3 years ago, shit got extremely fucking weird. And it's like, okay, I think we need to just hang out and support each other because the world's just got real fucking weird, and we need to just do the human connection thing. And
it was like it was only yesterday, hey?
I know it was both yesterday and 100 years ago, and time stopped meaning anything, and it's just fucking weird. Music Gladiator, by the way, hi. I don't know how you've been here.
By the way, yes, here we are trying to still maintain sanity. It's impossible. We don't live in a sane world.
No, and this is where I go with Gabor Mate's the illusion of normal. It's like, no, there is no normal. We're all living in a world that fucks us up. And if our mental, emotional, physical reaction to that is bad, that's actually understandable because weird, just unpredictable shit is happening to us. Yes. Also, Music David just got home from a LARP. Nice.
Cool. I've always wanted to get into that, but it looks like all the equipment you have to buy, the costumes, the foam swords and shit.
Oh God,
I can't afford it.
Yep.
I just can't afford it.
Thing. A group of people I love and think are incredible are the Box Wars people. If you've never heard of Box Wars, this is a large group of people who have done this shit where they make stuff out of cardboard boxes and just have weird fucking fights with each other.
That sounds awesome.
The most recent one I saw, which cracked me up, they did shit of seagulls versus chips. Some people had these really elaborate cardboard box things where they were seagulls, and then some people had comparatively simple cardboard box things where they were chips, and the chips were running away from the seagulls, and the seagulls were trying to eat. It was so funny. It was so fucking funny. The Box Wars people are off the hook. They make such incredibly complicated things out of cardboard. They're fucking incredible. They are so fucking fun.
Pride street parties on this Sunday.
Is there a street party? What street party is on Sunday?
The Pride Midsummer Pride
Midsummer, yeah.
street party event. So it's a queer street festival. It is literally in my backyard. It's on Gertrude Street.
Gertrude.
So,
sorry, I just had this thing where I should come across and just go, "Hello, cishet white man, blessing everything that you're doing here. Everything you're doing."
You should make a sign.
Oh man.
You should make a sign and just say, "I'm cishet white man. I approve."
Yeah,
and just do it.
I should do that on Sunday. Okay, I love how even Pat's just going, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Or just get a T-shirt that says that I approve.
Yeah,
like
I did a thing.
I'm cishet. I
years ago
approve.
with friends of mine who were doing slut walk, and I dressed up in all my business clothes, like a suit and a vest and a tie and a hat, and I wore this big sign around my neck saying, "Am I asking to be robbed?" And everyone on Slut Walk said, "Yeah, that's cool." I'm like, so I feel like if I show up at the queer thing on Sunday saying, "Yes, cishet white man, I approve," I will be embraced, and people won't go, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
I think people will get the joke. I hope so.
But people got the joke in Slut Walk. People definitely got the joke in Slut Walk. They thought it was hilarious. There was just this dude wearing business clothes going on Slut Walk. If a woman or a gay man wearing promiscuous clothes is asking to be assaulted, if I am dressed as someone who is an affluent cishet white man, am I asking to be robbed? And everyone liked it. So it's like, also, sorry, we've talked about this on streams before, but it's the thing that happened after a stream on Dr. Abigail.
Oh, it was Halloween.
I couldn't resist shouting as we walked down the street, "Cishet white man's in control here. Everything's okay." And Dr. Abigail's going, "Shut up. What the fuck are you doing?" No, everything's okay. There's a cishet white man here. It's fine.
Yep. So I would like to, there are two things I would like to comment on that are in the comments. Firstly, Musical Aviator. LARP, like I'm sure like newbie night being $3 and you can borrow a sword and shield, that's fine. That's great. But if I want to keep doing it, I can't afford to. I can't afford to buy the equipment to keep doing it. I can't.
Full on. Yeah.
Yeah, like if I want to keep doing it ongoing, I can't borrow the equipment constantly. I'd want to be able to get my own stuff. I want to dress appropriately and like get my elf ears and the armor and shit or whatever. And my own sword with my own flavor and stuff like that. And I just can't afford it. It's just prohibitively expensive.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. It sucks that that's the case. But I appreciate your attempt.
Yep. And also, as Musical Aviator says, they're very good on the LGBTQA thing in LARPing. I do think LARPing is a very inclusive community.
I almost bought a LARP sword once at PAX.
Ooh,
but
nice.
I really had to think hard about buying this sword because it was very expensive.
Yeah.
For my budget.
Yeah.
It was it was extreme. Like because I'm on a disability support pension, I don't have a lot of money. And nowadays, especially, like I haven't bought proper groceries in like a month.
Oh, god
Like,
damn. Yeah.
Yeah, like I haven't been able to afford to buy a proper Coles online order in 4 weeks because it's absolutely expensive. Will and I have been living on fumes, so I can't afford to justify shit like that. So,
even me, who doesn't have the limitations you do, like I've got a day job, my fucking landlord wants to increase my rent by more than 10%. And it's like, okay, I did a quick search online and the rest of the rental market is actually fucking worse than that.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm kind of going to accept that.
The only political party that's trying to cap rents are the Greens.
Yep.
Labor and Liberals.
Yeah. I have expressed multiple times in the past misgivings about the Greens, things where I'm not completely on board with the Greens. But seriously, my core political things are much more in line with the Greens than Labor, because people think I'm joking when I say it, but I'm not joking. My core political thing is all of the oligarchy, the heads of industry, the millionaires, the billionaires, they should be in prison until everybody involved in creating their wealth has a proper standard of living. And people think I'm joking and whatnot, and it's like, no. If that is literally the only thing that will make these fuckers stop exploiting people, the oligarchy, the billionaire class, they are literally, their wealth is literally only existing because people are in conditions that are indiscernible from slavery. People are dying because there aren't protections for them. They should all fucking be in prison until everyone
wheel out the guillotines.
After
wheel out the guillotines. It's high time.
I am kind of into the whole guillotine thing, but I'm like, you know what? Give him a break. Just keep him in a cell until everyone involved in the work that creates their wealth is looked after. And you know what? If everyone around the world is out of poverty and you still have managed to game the system so you get some things, good on you. Good on you, okay? You know what? But if people are in poverty or if are in conditions that are indiscernible from slavery, you should be in jail. If you are generating wealth from people who are being exploited in conditions that are indiscernible from slavery, you should be in jail until they are properly looked after, and then you can go. And then me and people like me are going, but that means my eggs would cost more and my bread would cost more. And it's just like, you know what? People are fucking dying so you can have this convenience. So you should not be able to shrug off the fact people are fucking dying to create this for you. I don't even think that's radical.
No, it shouldn't be radical. Safa, you need to word that a bit better because that sounds kind of wrong.
No, I get what you're saying, Safa.
We get it.
It basically sounds like you're saying, let's execute the poor people. And I know that's not what you mean. We are in a society, so people should not be adversely affected. But this is where wording matters.
No one should be poor. No one should be poor. Musical Aviator. I want to.
let's put all the poor people
Yeah.
in a wood chipper.
yeah. It's funny. Musical Aviator.
funny
I
'cause
want
know
to
that's not what you
know.
mean.
I want to know how to make my own costumes because that would be awesome.
Yes.
Like I want to get in on that.
Yeah.
That would be rad. Anyway,
Sorry,
the other
Safa,
comment.
I know you get it, man. I know you
Yeah.
get the joking there. I know you
Yeah.
get it because you're on board.
Yeah, we're cool.
It was just it was a very fun turn of
It
phrase.
was
Poor people
fun.
shouldn't exist. Yes, let's execute the poor people.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely the opposite of what you're doing because you were saying we are in such an affluent society. We should be looking after people so no one is fucked over. But it was just extremely funny to go, oh, Safa's saying we should execute all the poor people. Sorry, it was just very funny. It was very funny. Because I know beyond a doubt that's not.
That's kind of weird.
Yes, we're all sorry. I just
anyway,
we're all just having a huge laugh at that, and Safa's going, "That's not what I meant," and we go, "We know that's not what you meant. That's why it's funny." Because if you meant that, it wouldn't be funny. It absolutely wouldn't be funny. Oh, sorry, Musical Aviator. What are you saying? You suck at making costumes. Swordcraft Polyhouse, where they go out buying a bunch of. Honestly,
okay.
That sounds pretty good.
I am actually quite good at, like making and tailoring clothes.
All right, so
I guess I'm a green elf.
Yeah. I am.
Okay, so I wanted to make a point as well.
Yeah.
On something Heine said. Why don't we talk about alpha males anymore? The whole thing about alpha males is bullshit. Alpha males is a bullshit.
It's not real.
Thing. It's not real.
Is not real. That's
alpha wolves isn't real. Like
it's not
real.
The
whole alpha males is just like saying you're like when someone says they're an alpha male, it's code for, oh, look at me, I'm such a dickhead, aren't I? Like
yeah. The whole when someone came up with the idea of alpha wolves, it was an absolutely incorrect assessment of how wolf packs worked. Sorry, I put that link to my Discord, Musical Aviator, just in case you aren't on my Discord, and if you want to share things, whatever's that is my Discord. Because what you were saying about making costumes and bloody blah is a thing we could do on. Oh, please, the clarinet. Yeah.
Sorry, I just picked it up.
I love the clarinet.
There's no after. I've actually been thinking about this, Mega Leech, of making an after party channel on my Discord server.
Yeah. Because we worked out there was a sus thing with StreamYard, and it was much more on Discord.
Yeah. So, and we were gonna like make an invite only after party channel on Discord.
Yes.
And we're gonna have to like heavily moderate it and stuff. So
which we can do. Oh, sorry, and I was about to say something, and I will actually limit that to talking to you directly, Dr.
Someone doesn't like canon. Like, come on. It's a classic. The tune I was playing.
Oh, Musical Aviator? Was that saying?
Someone's a bit of a snob.
So, Musical Aviator,
it's not a flute.
you haven't
This is a clarinet, not a flute.
Stream.
Sorry, I love that, Safa. What is the Pornhub? What is there a Pornhub theme? I don't know what the.
Yes, there's in front of every Pornhub video. There's this like little tune that they play.
Sorry, that's making me sound very innocent. Is there a thing on Pornhub? I don't know about it. I am an innocent. This is someone who's been on fucking Usenet group since the 90s, where the most weird, fucked up shit happened.
Oh, oh my God! Actually, I saw on news groups in the 90s, the most depraved fucking bullshit things.
My personal favorite on Usenet group in the 90s.
I don't even want to repeat.
The post had the heading "Concerned Ponder," because there was a Usenet group about people who were making ponds in their backyard, and of course, Usenet was full of people just trying to fuck with people, and there was an image that a friend of mine and I referred to as ESAD, which was eat shit and die, where somebody was squatting over someone else's mouth. And I swear to God, the person squatting had a lot of fiber in their diet. Because they were dropping huge fucking shit. And what they had done, there was a Usenet group. It was just about people sharing tips about building ponds. And someone had decided they were too relaxed and had posted this picture that me and my friend referred to as ESAD. And it was like, yep, that was a thing that happened.
Yeah.
And we would look at it and go, God damn, that person's got a lot of fiber in their diet, don't they? And it's just like, Jesus. And it's just like, yep, no matter how innocent you are, there is also always some weirdo who fuck with you. But my lady green sleeves. That was beautiful.
Bring it with.
That was beautiful. Also, Musical Aviator, at some point, you and Dr. Abigail have to get together to be performing on the stream, because I am a super fucking huge fan of people who have the creative performance skills doing shit. And I really enjoyed that green sleeves just now. But yes.
I wish I have a bunch of books with sheet music in it, but I don't know where I put them.
Yeah.
Which is a shame.
That's okay.
And I don't practice enough. I really should practice more. I've been trying to find a good community band in the area, but they just aren't around here, which is a shame. Or I just don't know how to find them.
Yeah.
And I can't really travel that far.
Yeah, I get that. Yes.
Yeah. Like, I'd love to join a band again. It'd give me a lot of inspiration.
Yep. So Safa's saying you had to learn the flute in grade 3 in HL. Honestly, one of my regrets is never learning a musical instrument.
Grade 3, learning the flute. You sure it wasn't the recorder?
I don't know. Musical Aviator is saying
flute.
12 orchestras in more. Yeah, so Musical Aviator, I'm just saying at some point, you and Dr. Abigail should be getting together to perform something on the stream.
I'm
I just feel super casual about telling people with actual talent to do things because I have no talent. Yeah. Okay. No, Safra is saying yes. You're right.
In the metro. Yeah. Musical aviator. I'm in a metro, so like Carlton, Fitzroy, Collingwood area.
Mm. Yeah, it's cool. It's a whole thing. We could do a whole thing. Sorry, just finishing. I did have a martini. I didn't refill it. I might do that tomorrow night. What do I have near? The ice is melting. This is water. I'm just drinking water now. What is it? 12:44. Okay. Oh, yum. So it's also like my all-time favorite alcoholic beverage is an old-fashioned. And Safa's asking how Tim Smithed I am. 75%. I honestly, if I'm being completely honest, and this is the thing because Tim Smith is never honest because he's a lying sack of shit. But I'm honest. I'm probably 75% Tim Smith, which is to say, if I left the stream, got in my car, and drove around my neighborhood, there's about a 75% chance I would crash into someone's fence because I am a little bit inebriated.
You are definitely past repeating yourself drunk.
Yeah,
I know, and I love that you point that out when Dr. Abigail says, "Why do you repeat yourself?" It's going because I forget what I said 5 seconds ago.
You often repeat yourself in the same sentence.
No, but that's the whole thing. I repeat myself in the same sentence because I get halfway through the sentence and I go, "What did I say at the start of this sentence?" It's just fucked. And yeah, Safa says, "Am I sleeping on the lounge?" Oh yes. I mean, my God, it's like almost 1 a.m. now. At 10, so about 2.5 hours ago, Mrs. Angry and went to bed and said, "Are you going to take your breathing apparatus?" I went, "Yep. I don't want to interrupt your sleep, so I'm going to sleep on the lounge." So I've got my CPAP machine, and I'm definitely sleeping on the lounge. I'm definitely sleeping on the lounge. So I love that. Pat's just nodding like, "Yeah, you're fucked, dude." Yep. It's just like, so Pat's sober, Dr. Abigail's sober. I'm not. So it's just like, yeah, all right, good, all right.
I'm called.
So okay, Megaleech is saying
Northcote Senior.
I don't know what any of that means. So
yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
No. But Musical Aviator, there's a Squawker Symphony Orchestra
returning to playing music. I'm gonna look that up.
Look that up. Had your eye?
Yeah.
So Music Aviator, I just think you and Dr. Abigail should get together to do something on the stream. Shadow Safa. I think Shadow is possibly just on bed with Mrs. Angry. Like a couple of hours ago, Shadow was doing very weird vocal shit, but that was a couple of
Northcote is so doable for me. It's just on the
that Northcote's just
86.
Yeah. That's how you manage to spend so much time with AZ in the
just hop on the tram. It was 20 minutes away.
Not that far away.
Facebook.
I've been doing discourse with boss of the house this week. What about AZ's phone bill? I mean, yeah, man, I just literally told because I'd been paying AZ's phone bill for quite a few years. And so I just called them and said, "Hey, you know what? He's fucking dead. And I am never paying the bill again." And they said, "Are you next of kin or executor?" And I said, "No, I'm not. But could you please put a note on the bill that said the address you have is my address because I was paying it
because he wasn't in a position to pay it, but I'm never paying it again. And I will pass all this info onto someone who maybe is next to kin, which was boss of the house. And he said, oh, God, okay, I'll go for it. And I just said, just put a note on the account that I am never fucking paying the phone bill again. Okay? And I don't know if they did it or what, but it's like, fuck you. If you send a collection agent around to go, bruh, this dude, Adrian Collier, is at your address. No, he has literally never lived at this address. I was paying his bill because he was in no way fit to pay his own bill, but he's fucking dead now. So fuck off, you blood-sucking freak.
Yep.
And it was heaps fun talking to someone who said, are you the next of kin or the executor? And I said, nope. And I will pass this information on to someone who possibly does fit that bill. But can you please record a note that I called you and said, I'm never fucking paying the bill again. And they said they would, but I don't know if they really will. So whatevs. Boss of the house was going to send them to something.
So I have. Sorry, you were rambling. So
no, you go. I am rambling. You should
I'm beyond apologizing.
You should stop me. Look at Pat and go, yeah, he's talking shit. Stop him.
You're about to get a hit.
Shit.
You're about to get the smiling assassin onto you. Anyway, I just looked up Squawkestra, and it doesn't look like their website works at all, but they are on meetup.com.
Ooh.
And they do fortnightly rehearsals, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
And they are current. There's a rehearsal in 5 days.
Ooh.
So I'm going to look them up. I'm going to do some messaging and actually look them up.
You know what I should probably do? Okay, here's the thing. Mrs. Angry, years ago, she was in a choir, and she kind of got sick of it and stopped hanging out with it. But they did a performance, it was quite a few years ago. But there was this dude's choir, and it was this real sort of dude choir. And it was a guy, Dylan, I can't even remember his name, but he used to run a Saturday morning music video show. And it was just dudes who were doing cover versions of pop and hip hop songs in this choir. And they were great fun. I should try and find out. Sorry, you all don't know this. I've had these little lids from the bottles I've been drinking tonight, and I've been fidgeting with them, and I have progressively been knocking them off. They're on the floor now. I don't think I can do.
They live there now.
Abigail laughs. Pat's just shaking his head. Yeah, no, they're on the floor. I'm not picking them up.
That's where they live. They've gone home.
Okay.
They can't fall any further.
Does this mean anything to anyone? Like Saturday morning music videos, Dylan something or other? I don't know. We'll put
hang on. Was it on the ABC?
Yeah, on the ABC, definitely.
Yes, that rings a bell.
Dylan, what's his name?
Yes.
It
was after Rage.
Green Hornet Recovery. No, it was Recovery.
Yes. It was on after Rage.
It was Recovery. Who remembers his name? Dylan, what's his name? Because I want to look him up.
I didn't see that message. Why didn't I see that message?
No, Safa. Dylan Alcott is the absolute legendary paraplegic athlete who's won world tennis things. But thank you. Angus and Sampson, yeah, maybe. Oh, God, what was his name? Dylan. It was Saturday morning on the ABCs. We're like halfway there. We've almost remembered it. This is a weird thing.
Okay, so I just found out. I just found out that like the YouTube chat window that I've got open and separate is not showing every message, and I've changed it to live chat.
Yes,
and I've missed so many messages.
Yeah, no, YouTube is weird and fucked up. Yes.
Yeah, so I've now got it. I've got the StreamYard messages up.
Yes.
Because I had it on private chat for ages.
Yeah,
and
no, we've only got a few.
And so I'm seeing all the messages now. So hi, Tazchick. Hi.
Is Tazchick on there? I don't see the Tazchick.
Oh no. Megaleech just messaged me to say Tazchick says hi.
Right.
And yes, Monash is way too far for me.
Yeah. Right. So,
and top chat and live chat is bullshit, and I hate it.
I am literally just going to do a web search.
Okay.
Dylan Saturday morning ABC. What comes up? Dylan Lewis. That's his name. Dylan Lewis. God damn. Dylan Lewis is one of Australia's most enduring and recognizable entertainers. All right, so now I'm going to do a search that says Dylan Lewis choir. See what comes up.
So I used to be in a band, and I'm responding to Musical Aviator here.
Yes.
I used to be in a band called the Melbourne Rainbow Band, and it was a queer LGBT concert band, and I loved it. I loved playing music and whatnot, but you know, like bands can be cliquey.
Yes.
Gay people are super cliquey. Their powers combined. Yeah. At least they were like 10, 15 years ago. Like Zoomers growing up today and becoming adults, not so much. But yeah, millennials were cliquey. Gen X is absolutely.
Okay, now.
Hey, I'm Gen Xer too. Anyway, their powers combined, a gay band was just like it hit my depression in the worst ways.
Oh god.
So like it and it was a struggle because of my autism. Like it was really a struggle for me to like consistently make friends. And then like one of the clarinet players in the band made it a point to like really be harsh and a bully, and it was just awful. It was just like I had to leave. I had to not be in that band, and it sucked because I loved being in the band. And I miss playing music. So it'll be good to. I hope this works out. It would be nice.
So I'm looking at. I'm trying to work because I've seen this choir perform, and it was really. You know what? It's late on a fucking Friday, and I probably would not follow this up. But Mrs. Angry used to be a choir, and I went and see a performance of her choir, and there was a whole bunch of other choirs, and there's this one that was it was all dudes, and they were like doing versions of things like "Hey ya, hey, yeah. And I was like, yeah, okay. Middle-aged
Wow.
Gen X dudes could do shit on stage, and I could maybe do it, but I cannot honestly place it now. You know
That
what?
was like a chillingly accurate rendition of choir. just hey, drunkenly singing.
Hey, and honestly, no, this dude's choir was all about doing that sort of drunken
Just
shit.
like making mouth sounds with their mouth meat
while you were sober, theoretically.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a whole thing. Sorry,
Oh
I
no,
heard
my
a
paint's
noise.
drying out.
I feel like someone sent me a message on Discord because I heard a noise. Ooh, it's on
See,
the
Musical Aviator agrees. I'm glad you do. Queer people are cliquey. Having been a part of the queer community all my adult life, that is something I've definitely noticed.
Yep. Also, as a cishet white man, every problem is someone else's fault. So
I'm getting a strong Kevin vibe from you.
Yes.
Have you
Yeah,
noticed
yeah,
the
John.
whiteboard? Have you noticed the whiteboard that's on the wall next to the door to the kitchen where it's got Kevin and life and it's a running tally? And the number next to Kevin is always going up.
Okay. I need to get back into watching that.
Yeah.
More recently, I got Mrs. Angry to watch a thing that's on Amazon that is a rotoscoped animation. We were talking about it the other night, and I think we were talking about it the other night when I was slightly more sober, so I may have remembered the name of it. And at the moment, I'm just like, yeah, shit happens. And
It's a show.
It's a show that exists on a thing. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by stuff on the Discord for YouTube bartenders, which is completely unrelated to what we're talking about.
Oh, yeah,
God,
that's right.
sorry.
I was trying. I keep painting this cord for the light.
Yeah.
By accidentally knocking it with my brush, and I need more water for my wet palette.
Oofed. So, Musical Aviator is talking about war bands in the laughing world.
Is that just a word for a guild?
I think so. That's making me think of shit in the various big gaming things, where you group in war bands that might be human or orc or whatevs. But because I'm outside of that, who the fuck knows if my understanding is accurate or not. Was it? There was the movie a couple of years ago. What was it? It wasn't Warhammer. It was, or was it Warhammer? I don't even remember because I'm not into the gaming thing. But the movie finished with a thing that I thought was very interesting, but they haven't done anything with since, which suggests it wasn't that commercially successful. But it was basically it was one of the role-playing games that they'd done a movie of, and
is it World of Warcraft?
It was the World of Warcraft movie, yes. And the way they finished it, which I thought was quite clever, that the human that had been captured by the orcs, and there were some of the orcs who thought this endless war is a bad thing and we don't need to do it. And the human royalty, whether he was a prince or a king who'd been captured, said to the female orc, he said, I'm going to be killed. There is no two ways about it. I'm going to be killed. But if you kill me, that gives you credibility in your tribe. And because there's this weirdo religious fuckwit who wants to kill me. And if he kills me or tells someone to kill me, he'll have all the power. But if you kill me and you actually know killing me is a bad thing, but if you kill me, you will subvert this other fuckwit who wants to kill me. And I thought it was a very, very clever bit of storytelling that this human says, I am going to be killed no matter what. So if you kill me, you will subvert this other asshole who just wants never-ending war. But if you kill me, you have the credibility in your people, so you can steer them in a particular direction. But that was like 3 or 4 years ago, and they haven't done anything since. But it was a pretty clever bit of storytelling, I thought, because it was really difficult to say to the person, like, you understand the hierarchy of your society is fucked and they just want to kill humans, and that is a pointless, never-ending war. But if you personally kill me, you subvert this religious fuckhead who wants to kill me, and you have the hierarchy, so you can potentially steer your people to a less severe outcome down the line. It was pretty clever, but then that was at least 2 or 3 years ago, and nothing happened since, which is it's all about money.
It was a bit longer than 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's probably longer than that. I don't know. COVID completely destroyed my ability to understand time. Everything happened 5 minutes ago and 20 years ago.
Yes.
I am absolutely unable to understand the passage of time because it's too fucking strange. So what a musical aviator said about war bands: 5 to 50 people have the same theme. Okay. That's fine. What is happening on Discord? Okay. I was also wondering, did I share the things I had done on fucking ChatGPT, which cracks me up incredibly. I went to ChatGPT.
Oh, is this the cocktail thing?
No, I said to ChatGPT, explain why vodka is a boring cocktail ingredient and be sarcastic. And I was genuinely surprised at the degree to which ChatGPT could be sarcastic. And I am definitely using this as the script for a video on my cocktail channel. Listen to this. This is ChatGPT. Oh, where do I start with this one? Vodka, the drink of the bland, the uninspired, the tasteless. It's like drinking a glass of water, but with slightly higher alcohol content. Yay. Vodka is touted as the ultimate mixer, but let's be real. What it really does is dilute the flavors of any other ingredients it's mixed with. It's like the sugar in your coffee. It just makes everything else taste sweeter, but lacks any real flavor of its own. Boring. And don't even get me started on the endless stream of flavored vodka. Ooh, look! Vodka that tastes like fruit, or a dessert, or a type of candy. How exciting. As if drinking vodka wasn't enough of a snooze fest already, now you can add fake fruity flavors to the mix. Yawn. In short, if you want to be a party animal and have a drink that actually tastes like something, stay away from the vodka. Stick with gin, rum, tequila, or any other spirit that actually has character and flavor. But if you're in the mood for a drink that's as exciting as watching paint dry, by all means, grab a bottle of vodka and have at it. That is fucking hilarious. Like, I literally, the prompt for that was give me a script that says vodka shit and be sarcastic. And ChatGPT was very sarcastic. It was very funny to me. So, Musical Aviator, you're saying you have groups based on Italian Renaissance groups. Oh, goodness me. Okay, so it's, oh God damn it. It's after 1 a.m. I'm just looking at it going, what the fuck? Why are we still up at post 1 a.m.?
I slept in, and I'm not tired.
Okay, so you're not tired, so let's just fucking keep
I'm not
going.
really tired. I'm kind of zoning out because I'm looking for a specific image on my computer, and I keep running into really good memes that I want to share. So I'm like posting.
I
them
do
on
like
Discord.
memes. If you have a meme you want to share, I'm a big fan of memes. Oof. Oh God, why am I? Sorry, okay. I feel like now I'm probably.
But if you need to check out, that's fine.
I don't know. If you come up with something that keeps me going, I'll Google. What the fuck is this? So I was looking up fucking Dylan and choirs. I can't. It didn't come up. I don't remember the name of the choir. It was like all dudes doing choir stuff, doing stuff like hey yeah. Heine, I don't think Pat left because of you. I don't even know if Pat left voluntarily or if his internet cut out. I don't know why Pat left us. It's a mystery.
Yeah, sometimes he just drops out.
Because he gets a text on his phone that says a name and an address and
yeah,
like plus $20,000
and I am in no way implying that he's a contract killer at all.
No, this is one of those things where I want to explicitly say, to the best of my knowledge, Pat is definitely not the most feared contract killer in Australia. And the fact that he has left us is almost definitely not because he got a text with a target's name and location. And he is almost definitely not en route to see someone whose very last visual thing in the world is Pat's smiling face as he stands over him and says, sleep now. And it's just like, again, look, I don't know where these rumors come from, but I definitely want to state that to the best of my knowledge, Pat is not the most feared contract killer in
Of
Australia.
course not. Of course not.
Oh, look, you know what?
The thought never crossed my mind.
I don't know shit. I don't know shit is what I'm saying. And look, yes, look, occasionally he's been sitting on these live streams and he has mentioned someone's name and said they'll be dead by Monday. And lo and behold, they died in mysterious circumstances. And, you know, just weird things like the high velocity incursion of a lead projectile into their skull. That's a thing that's happened. Look, it's a coincidence. I think it's a coincidence.
Pure coincidence.
Pat has mentioned someone by name and said they would be dead, and lo and behold, they've shown up in a morgue with a big fucking hole in their skull. Who knows? I think it's unrelated. And I really want to go on record as saying I don't think Pat did it. If the Australian Federal Police are monitoring this stream, I cannot stress more explicitly. Pat is not killing people for money. He just isn't. Look at him. You see that beautiful, smiling, benevolent face. How could he be smiling as he slips a blade between, I don't know, someone's spine? Look. It doesn't make sense. He is so gentle and benevolent. It doesn't make sense that he could be Australia's most feared contract killer. It's just that
you're really struggling at the moment.
I know. I'm just trying to have a reasonable level of plausible deniability. It's like a whole bunch of people talk about when they're revived on hospital beds. They just talk about the smiling face that was looming above them when they lost consciousness.
Yep. So musical aviator has just dropped a bunch of photos of LARPing in
the Discord.
Discord.
Let me have a look. Discord. Sorry, it's like really late. Me trying to randomly, coherently find stuff on Discord. Mild challenge is what I'm saying. All right. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Okay, dude. This is from tonight. I'm going to share some of these pictures. All right. Let me see if I can do this. Okay. That is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right. Sorry. I'm going to try and just share the Discord now. Let's see if I can manage that. This is a little bit of a challenge. All right. All right, there we go. LARP picture. All right, where's another one? Okay, that one's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That one's pretty cool. You with your trumpet. I like.
See that armor. That armor looks amazeballs. I would never be able to afford that.
That's look, and there's the whole clan.
That's so cool.
That is pretty fucking cool. And look at that. Fucking legend. Like that. with the trumpet again. Loving it. Nice. These are all excellent. I fucking love these.
Oh, there's a new one.
There's a new one. That is all pretty fucking cool, quite honestly. Grab a game fan. Yep, I was just doing a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, and Safa pointed out those are like Ukrainian colors in the LARPing. I don't know if that's
Nice.
on purpose, but it does seem to be Ukrainian colors in the LARPing. Those were fucking cool, dude. Thank you so much for sharing those. I really appreciate that you shared those with us. Very fucking cool. Jesus Christ, I fucking love the internet. So I've been joking all the like I posted videos from 15 or so. Jesus Christ, over the last 17 years, I've had so many interesting things with people sharing shit with me over the internet. And I really enjoy it. And I appreciate every person who has shared different shit with me over the years. It's the whole thing. So, oh my God. Okay. Christ, it's 1:20. Okay. How are you feeling, Dr. Abigail?
I'm okay.
Look, if you're okay, I'm okay. I will keep fucking going.
Cool. I want to share a couple of pictures, though.
Do it. I love it. Share pictures. I love that shit.
Do you want me? I'm going to do it on Discord because, like, I'm going through an unsorted folder, and I've already seen multiple people's boobs, including my own. So if I like scroll through, it's going to be
Okay. So
not
you're
safe
going
for.
to cautiously share things.
So I'll share my screen, or I'll post them on Discord.
Yeah.
What should I do? Well, I'll post this one on Discord because it's actually quite funny. I'll put it on your general chat.
Yeah.
It's hilarious, and you'll see why.
Okay. Don't think. What are you doing? Oh God. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to share this because it's fucking weird.
Yeah. You'll see why in a sec.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm talking to the stream now.
No, it's weird as.
Yeah.
Fuck. Let me see. That's Clive Palmer and Adam Bant?
Yep. And Adam Bant does not look impressed.
No,
like,
he's just going.
That side eye and that body language.
He's like, Clive, will you fuck off, please?
Yeah. And Clive is really trying to talk to Adam, and Adam's got his arms crossed, and yeah, it's like, dude, get a hint.
No, Clive.
That's that's an actual photo from Parliament.
God fucking damn it! This just made me think of a video from a couple of years ago with Aidsy singing a Clive Palmer song, just because of how fucked Clive Palmer is. And Clive Palmer is a fucking unit, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So I found this photo. Oh, it does not look good zoomed in.
I love this one for music.
Yeah.
Here's a photo, and suddenly YouTube bans the stream. That's the thing we have to do. I'm going
to share the screen for this one.
All right.
This is a photo of me. This was taken in, when was it? 2014. And I'm the one in the middle.
It's almost 10
sitting
years. Jesus.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm sitting next to my girlfriend at the time, and the other girl with the tie is my ex. Like, and there was like less than a week between them.
Sorry, I was just thinking that's like
But yeah,
super gay.
that is
People who've been together.
It's yeah. That is just
everyone I
classic.
know who's queer. It's just like
Yeah. That's just how it is in the queer community. You
gosh.
just have to. You just move on. You just have to. And like, if you're not friends with them, that's fine. But usually you are.
God,
Sometimes
that
you're not, though.
reminds me, because as I mentioned earlier in the stream, Mrs. Anger and I are coming up on our 18th anniversary, and we met through internet dating. But at the time, one of the most effective bits of advertising for the sort of cis het internet dating was an ad, and I saw it on trams that said, I forget which dating website it was for, but the slogan was, "Date someone your friends haven't already dated." Yeah,
That's kind of impossible when you. When you're queer,
it's a bit more constrained when you're queer, but when you're 30, once you pass 30, when you're cis het, you cannot just go to venues. You actually need the internet to find someone your friends hadn't already dated.
Yeah.
The whole queer community, completely different thing.
Okay, so this one here is so funny. So this is while I was dating that ex on the screen.
Yeah.
And I was babysitting her daughter at the time.
Oh God.
And
I can't.
So,
I just need to throw in, I can't even attempt to read any of that.
Oh, I'll read it out. I'll read it out for you. So I'm saying I'm trying to use the microwave, and all it displays is child. Help! I'm 38. I'm an adult. Because it's child locked, and so she says, press the start button 3 times. I think. If not, then it's the stop button 3 times. So I did that, and I said stopped worked. So she said lol. I said thanks. Then she said it's a rite of passage. So I said lol. I'm now a woman. And then she says congratulations on this milestone, and then there's emojis of fireworks and ribbons and streamers.
Oh my
so
God.
Yeah, it was so funny. She really hated being called Sarah Connor growing up. She really hated it because she hit high school just as the Terminator movie, Terminator 2 came out, and she got them all. She got like "Come with me if you want to live" and all of that.
There was a thing from a couple of years ago. An American woman, posted a thing about something about an AI system, breaching its parameters, and her name's Sarah Connor. And she just posted it on Twitter, and then a few minutes later, just going, "I am just getting why people are freaking out about Sarah Connor talking about AI." But it was a real name. Her name was Sarah Connor.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Good.
Yeah. Well, there is an actual Skynet as well.
Of course there is.
It's a network of computers linked to telescopes that watch the skies
Oh,
for
Skynet. Okay, yes.
for asteroids and comets that may hit Earth.
Yeah. Oh god. Sorry, this also just reminded me there's a particular meme structure I like. Again, from Terminator, where Arnie calls John Connor's step parents and says, "How's Wolfie?" which is not the real name.
Yeah.
And his mother says, "Wolfie's fine." And then he just goes to John Connor, your foster parents are dead. It's a great meme format where the Terminator says something weird for a particular subset, and the woman on the other end responds in a way, and then the Terminator, your foster parents are dead. And it's just it's usable for so many societal groups.
Yeah.
Sorry, I feel like that made no sense what I just said.
I literally just saw a couple of those memes in my meme folder.
Yeah.
So I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
The best one I found.
Your foster parents are dead.
The best one I found was when the Terminator says he asks John Connor, are your foster parents Australian? And John Connor says yes. And then he asks the foster parent, am I ever going to see your face again? And then the foster parent says, of course, honey, I'll see you tonight. And the Terminator says, your foster parents are dead.
The response should have been, no way, get fuck off.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus. I love that meme format.
Yeah.
That meme format. Jesus Christ. It's like my brain is so fucking polluted by the internet. I love memes. It's supposed to be more of a millennial Zoomer thing, but as a Gen Xer, I love memes.
Oh, fucking love memes.
I love memes.
Hey, do you want to see another photo of me from years ago?
Yes, I do. It's literally not going into my spank bank, but please show me.
Okay. I'm still sharing my screen. So this is from 2015. This is a mirror selfie in a changing room.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at how like physically fit I was. Like,
don't even get me talking about. Like, I literally just showed a video a while ago of me 15 years ago, and it looked like a different person.
Like in that photo, like I had a bit of a tummy, but damn, I was kicking ass back then.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I remain hopeful. I'm eating mostly calorie controlled meals at the moment. As I say, like, we're now in the 4th year of COVID. Year 1 of COVID, bad. I gained 10 kilograms. Year 2, good. I lost 20 kilograms. Year 3, bad. I gained 10 kilograms. So we're now in year 4. I hold out lots of hope for you. God, what are you showing? There's like a video on the thing.
Oh, yeah, it's my cat.
Oh, I recognize that cat.
That's my cat trying to chase my mouse pointer on a connected monitor.
No, I recognize.
But it's not particularly an interesting video.
Safa, Luke Skywalker's foster parents also dead. That's true.
Yeah.
I like one of the earliest Star Wars fan films is called Troops, which is kind of a spoof that's online of the TV show Cops, and it's absolutely fucking hilarious. You can definitely still get it on YouTube. It's called Troops, and it's about the original Star Wars movie, aka A New Hope, and it's just with various stormtroopers acting as the police on Tatooine, and they're trying to investigate various things that are happening, and it's fucking incredibly funny because it just paints everything that happens in the original Star Wars movie in a somewhat different light, because the stormtroopers aren't these mindless assassins. They're just like regional cops who are trying to work out. And there's the whole thing of the stormtroopers having killed all the Jawas. Obi-Wan says a thing about, this is not sand people. Their shots aren't this precise. But there's this hilarious thing with the stormtroopers stopping the Jawas and it's like saying something like, do you recognize these droids we're looking for? And Jawas going, it's like, are you saying that you have it? And the translation for the Jawa is going like, no, my brother has that. It's going, okay, so if I get your brother over here, will he back up what you're saying? And everything, because in Star Wars, in the movie, it looks like the stormtroopers were all really malicious, murderous psychopaths. And when you look at this film, Troops, it's like everything was accidental. It is really funny.
I got to look this up.
It's the original Star Wars fan film, Troops. It's really fucking funny. It is really good.
Do you know of the DC character Zatanna?
No, I do not.
She is like a spellcasting kind of stage magician character. I did a cosplay of her to a singles event at a nerdy bar one time, which ended up being a sausage fest.
Okay.
But the in-house photographer took a photo of me in that costume, and I have that picture sharing right now.
All right. Where is it?
If you would like to see it.
I would like to see it. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. You look pretty happy, I'm just going to say.
Well, I was a bit taken back because, like, he'd cornered me just as I was, like, rounding a corner.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I was in a good mood, even though, like, there was, like, 95% men at this event, and of the 4/5% female attendants, they were all straight.
Yeah.
And the one other woman I found at the event who was not straight wasn't really that, like, interesting. To put that finer point on it, like, so yeah, like, yeah. So yeah, but I dressed as Zatanna because why not? It was DC themed. A few people dressed up for that event, so that was fun. If you Google Zatanna, because you're on the internet, you'll see what look I was going for.
Let me see. All right, I will try and be on the internet. So it's like Zatanna, Zatana.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's a fictional human, apparently. Images. Oh, yeah. All right. So I'm just going to do a very quick share screen of the image search of what I'm doing. So I think you did a pretty good job.
Thank you.
It's kind of like magician or magician's assistant.
Yes. But in the comics, she actually, like, she does have that role, but she uses real magic.
Yeah. No, I think you did a good job. Nice. All right. Oofed. Okay, now I might genuinely say, as we are now like at 1:40 a.m. Fuck me, it's like kind of at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to last much longer. And now it's 1:40 a.m. I was like, you know what? Now might be a good time. Oh, I want to do that too, because that looked very cool when you were doing that. Yes. Look at that.
Give you the fist.
Big fisty thumbs up. Oh, good
God. Your parents may have talked to you about fisting.
Yeah, fisting again. To have built an entire, absolutely terrible video script around the line. Your parents have probably already talked to you about fisting. I'm not joking. I came up with that line. Everything else was built around it. I just literally wanted to say that line as if I was a school teacher talking to a bunch of kids like, well, your parents have probably already talked to you about fisting. And maybe they haven't. Maybe they haven't. It's
yeah.
And it's just so much weird shit is happening now. I have, over the last couple of years, thought repeatedly about redoing that video. And what I wanted to do was make fun of the right-wing thing of saying anyone who talks openly and sincerely about gender and sexuality is a groomer. But again, they're so fucking weird. I was always paranoid about doing it because I do not want a global group of these fucking psychopaths coming after me. And they are psychopaths. They are fucked up.
They are.
Very weird.
They
genuinely
are.
Very fucking weird people. Anyway, so I'm going to give it a look. Oh, I haven't even eaten my...
Oh, you haven't eaten your cherry.
Ah.
That's like the middle square in the bingo card. That's like...
Oh my God, it's so fucking yummy. It's so good. I fucking love these cherries too much. Anyway, I'm going to...
Good night.
I'm going to go sleep on the lounge.
Thank you for having me on your device.
Thank you for joining. 50-50 chance I'm doing a Saturday night stream. Let's fucking see what happens. Saturday or Sunday I'll be back. So you all take care. Have a good old time. See you another time.